Yeah,
but it's
one of my favorite animes up there with Cory in the House and Seinfeld.
Cory in the House is always goated anime, 100%.
All right, it's been half an hour. I'm reining it in.
Right up,
Home Improvement.
Right up there with the Proud Family.
I'm honestly impressed. Colby was just like, I'm reining it in, and then it just got quiet.
I'm the arbiter of
You can tell where the
I
source
am the
was.
arbiter of chaos.
I'm the arbiter of silliness and dilly-dallying.
One bean.
Oh, wait, don't dilly my dally.
All right.
Born to dilly-dally and forced to lock in.
Damn. That's poetry.
3, 2, 1. We got our first sponsor. We're super excited about it. Our music and audio is now brought to you by dSCRYB. If you're looking for just the right ambiance for your spooky dungeon crawl, check out dSCRYB's catalog of sound and music. If you're really looking to scare your players, then you can even use dSCRYB's narration tools as they perfectly describe the dungeon that you're about to enter. You pass the threshold of the storied place and find yourself in the first chamber. A hallway rampant with junk. Any carvings, statues, gnarled sconces on the walls have been obscured by the considerable piles of old and broken equipment. Slashed leather, frayed ropes, dented helms, soiled bedrobes, discarded by adventurers past, perhaps dropped in favor of plunder found deeper within. A trail cuts through the dragon's hoard of debris to the door that will lead you further in. You glimpse a skeletal hand hanging out of one of the mound's fingers, extending spider-like toward the door as if eager for spoils that might be left within. And if that's not enough for you, you can have access to pre-made maps, soundscapes, and their Foundry module to fit exactly what you're looking for on the fly. If this sounds as cool to you as it does to us, because we're really going to be using this in the future, it's super awesome, then you can use code DUNDER to get a 30-day free trial. That's code DUNDER at checkout. Links below. Thanks for listening, and thank you, dSCRYB, for checking us out and sponsoring the show. As always, but it will help me during editing.
Goddamn.
It says Gabe in the bean.
That's fair. Welcome back, and I apologize for Dungeons and Dunderheads.
On behalf of the Dunder crew.
My name's Andrew. I'll be your DM for the evening. And one thing I forgot to have us do last go-around was go around and introduce our characters. So let's do that really quick before the recap. Starting with our arbiter of seriousness, Lizzie.
Alyssa, Tabaxi, Artificing, Rune Knight, Shadowfell, Mom.
Bars. Snaps.
Damn.
Said snaps, not claps. Goddamn.
Slap, slap, slap.
I'm sorry, I'm getting swarmed.
Stop. He forced it out of me. I couldn't control myself. Jeremy, stop it.
Like a puppet on a string.
Speaking of, Jeremy.
I'm not gonna do this. Don't do it. Hello, I'm the judge, the jury, and the executioner. Styx, Rotten Wing of the material plane, not on the material plane. Gonna go do some not material planing. Fail.
Are you the Punisher?
Punisher. I hardly knew her.
Bars.
Guys, I said it's time to lock in. I'm playing Sayul,
That was kind of sad.
the arbiter of silliness, bard, and last one standing. Conks.
Conk. Both of them ever.
The shit you say sometimes, I just can't. It just, I can't do it. I just can't deal with it.
It was a single syllable.
I know. It's just so, like, pulled out of the ether. Like, I can't.
Automatopoeia, Sam breaks down.
The arbiters. Silliness.
I had to read. I had to re-lock in with some corn.
Cornks.
I am
I'm just ignoring them
Sam.
at this point.
I am playing
Are they immune?
Hex. And even though Sayul is the last one standing, I will be, because somebody won't let me die.
Not if I have anything to say about it.
Not if I have anything to say about it.
He's
It's like, I'll never die. I'm like, really?
I never said I won't ever die. I'll just unfortunately keep coming
I'll
back.
fucking do it again.
Well, last we left off, You guys departed from the material plane into the Shadowfell, where you were pretty much immediately met with violence. On your ship, the Crimson Scourge, manned by the kobold crew that you guys have amassed, you got launched into the Shadowfell and were immediately met with Gloamwings with riders. While sailing over what has now been coined as Shadow's Row, which I really, really liked.
It's not doing anything, by the way.
You fought these two Gloamwings and the riders. They hopped off onto the, not the Perihelion, the Crimson Scourge itself, and
Perihelion 3.
no, the Perihelion 2 is still around. You can't have the third one on.
For now.
Yeah, everything was
The
there.
Perihelion 2 is
For
so
now.
good. Where's Perihelion 3?
The second Perihelion.
The second Perihelion just hit a giant.
Stop. Lore accurate, though. Sailing over Shadow's Row, you fought these undead beasts, managed to best them with a little bit of combat and a little bit of piloting by one Sail, and some cannons shot by the rest of you. Managing to slip away, though not before you got a good look at Shadow's Row. Vitu-Ghazi, the World Tree, now the Hangman's Tree for the world. Your local haunts in Guild's Row. Thank you.
Haunts.
The joke does not go unnoticed.
Having been warped and changed, the meteor swarm by Eldaconan in your last fight in the Sundering of Sunhome still lingers in the air with the faint screams of those caught inside. Possibly wisely, you decided that you did not want to stick around in here for too long, as probable, very large targets in the skyship, as it were. So you left, looking for one Niv-Mizzet, the leader of the Azet League, and a very large dragon that had been captured and taken away during the fighting during the Sundering of Sunhome. While searching the No Man's Land, which is essentially just a very large desert, you guys found where you think he might have been, as the Gruul contingent that had captured him before was found in the desert, still camped next to a very large marble dais, roughly the right size for a gargantuan dragon. Chains still left there, and Vathis, one of the apostates, we might say, of the unnamed god.
A
The
prostate.
Fables, maybe.
Sorry.
There, speaking with a Nagpa, you saw that this Nagpa stepped onto the dais itself and disappeared. Quickly after that, they destroyed this sigil, this gate, so it was not able to be used again. Thinking wisely, not wanting to take a fight directly to this camp, you decided to leave. Thinking about information, Alyssa brought up the fact that she has gotten information here before from a librarian. Taking your ship there to the library itself, you were met with relatively open arms, as the librarian was happy to see his old friend again, Alyssa. You guys made a few deals for information. One being, what is Matron Cabas doing currently? 2, transport to the Pillar of Fire on this side of the gate in the Shadowfell itself, where you're given a coin that, once used, your ship can then be supernaturally piloted by a Marinlolth to get you to where you need to go much quicker than normal. Kex, what questions did you wind up asking? Now that I'm thinking about it.
I asked about Cabas.
You did. You did ask about Cabas. That's a good one. There was Cabas. Locations.
Dracolich.
He
Information on Dracoliches.
And
probably on my behalf asked about Svadarak, but I changed the question to Cabas.
Correct.
Found out why even try?
Kind of.
And then, Colby, what did you wind up asking? What did Sail wind up asking?
Prince.
River Prince.
Ah, the River Prince, yes.
How to uncorrupt
The spirit formerly known as Prince.
Oh, what a beautiful man. Beautiful, beautiful man. Best friends with Michael Jordan.
You had asked about the River Prince, realizing that using some of the same technology given by Alyssa to the librarian, you might actually be able to remove the portion of his soul that resides here to make it that so he's not corrupted anymore. With your guys' newfound information as you were about to leave, the librarian, seemingly on a whim, told Alyssa, "Your mother says hello. We're going to pick up back there."
All right, time to go, guys. Let's go.
I look over to see Alyssa's reaction to that statement.
Alyssa's gonna. How far away did we get?
We just started walking.
We were about to turn around and leave. We just gave our goodbyes.
How far away?
See, roughly about 12 feet away. Not that far at all.
I'm going to move up like very close without saying anything. And I'm just gonna look up because I imagine they're. How tall are they?
They're very tall. They're like 12 feet tall,
Okay.
but very spindly.
I'm gonna try to make it so that it's like uncomfortable to look down at me.
You hear as the neck moves straight down to look you in the eye.
What did you say?
Your mother says hello.
Why did you talk to my mother?
She was looking for you.
When?
Oh, a few years ago.
And she was here in the Shadowfell?
Yes.
Do you know if she's still here in the Shadowfell?
Oh, well, she never did come back, so I would assume that she's probably either still looking for what I asked or not with us any longer.
Sticks?
Gonna turn around. While this conversation was happening, I wanted to try and get an idea of why the librarian was giving this information. Like, does it seem like there's an ulterior motive for why this person brought it up?
Go and give me an insight check if you'd like.
I was going to do it too, but I'm going to let you handle that one.
I think I have an idea why. If Kex is within 10 feet of Sayul, he will hear monkey or tyrannosaur. Monkey or T-Rex.
16.
16.
Not a good roll.
They, believe it or not, are not super charismatic.
They got the brain blast.
Yeah. So as you kind of like a 16 look at them, there is an interesting, it is kind of difficult to read them in general because they're just bone and fire for eyes. But the intent they've been giving Alyssa this entire time, right? And the tone in their voice, they find this amusing.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty, yeah, it tracks.
Yeah.
What is it, Alyssa?
Are you able to send messages?
Yes.
Not to people.
If you're asking if I can send a message to your mother, no, unfortunately. I have to know them.
Sayil,
Yes.
can you send messages?
I was going to ask to trade information about the whereabouts of your mom, because I cannot send messages like that.
Kex, can you send messages?
No.
There are no squirrels here.
What do you want?
I was holding up my end of the bargain with your mother, that's all. She told me to tell you that she was here and that she says hello.
How long ago was this? Was this 7 years ago?
Not quite.
6.
No.
In a couple months.
For me, it's been about 2 years. But time here works a little bit differently than it does for you. I'm not quite sure.
You know where she went after here?
Oh, of course. I sent her there.
Where would that be?
What do you have to bargain?
This seems very pointed. What do you want?
The stone.
My rock?
Of course.
No.
Toodaloo. Have a great day.
It seems that you sent her on an important task, right? And
It's
Of course.
she was there to retrieve something for you. Or information, maybe.
What is a librarian if not a curator? Of course, that's what I sent her on.
How worthwhile is that? How important was that to get back? What to get?
Oh, well. It's merely a matter of time, really. There's some things that I want sooner than later, but eventually I will always get what I want.
Is this a sooner or a later?
Oh, I would have loved it sooner. But,
Well, if she still hasn't returned with it, and may not, if this is something that you wanted, giving us the location may help you get what you want at the end of the day regardless.
Sail,
Mm-hmm.
how much is that worth?
You being an artificer would understand this to be a legendary item.
it is on par with the shield that you were just given by Hilda.
No, it's rarer than that.
But they're both legendary.
Very rare is the,
Very rare.
the spell guard.
Ooh, my bad.
It is probably quality that I don't think you've seen.
I'm asking what it's worth to Sail. I'm not asking about the value.
I think that there's better ways to get this information.
With all due respect, Six, I want to talk to Sail right now.
This isn't.
I'm saying that without revealing my hand, there are ways. You asked if I can send a message. There's other things that I can do.
Sticks.
It is a very precious stone.
The information you're asking for is nowhere near worth a legendary artifact, and you're fully aware of that. If you did not have the emotional leverage of one of my party members, you would have no way in order to get this.
This is
What
true.
else is it worth to you, that information of her whereabouts? You're not getting the rock.
Not for a lot.
You have a good amount of bargaining power right now, or we could leave and you don't get the rock or anything else at all.
You have to understand that I'm bargaining from the position of time as well.
Yes.
So, to me, you are merely hastening things that I would like anyways.
Exactly. And you can hasten us along on our way as well. And save us some time. But I feel the trade would not be equivalent.
How about a favor then? And I'll be specific.
That's fair.
You all seem to have yourselves wrapped up in things that we all thought better left in the first and second age. As they hold up a recreation of the sketch, the schematic they were given by Alyssa. Their kind of bony hands, a hologram almost of it. There is somebody who knows much more about this that is currently on this plane.
This plane.
As far as I understand, yes, this plane. Yours, called the Soulsmith. And I would very much like their tome of spells.
Okay, you want the Soulsmith spell book. How far away are they?
Colby, Theo, we know who this is. Did we
As
mention
far as I understand, they're on the other side of the Serpent Strait.
We know about who this is. We don't know their name, but they have been described to us before.
That one.
Yes.
You're asking a lot for the whereabouts of somebody that you sent off on a mission.
Of course I am. I have the emotional leverage. Did you think me a benevolent benefactor?
No, I'm just a little bit annoyed at you now than I was a few minutes ago. Do you have any way to expedite our getting to the soul stamper or whatever?
The Soulsmith?
Yeah, that one.
Well, I already gave you a coin that will truncate time quite a bit for you. So, it is up to you.
I'd like to converse with my friends quickly, if you don't mind.
Feel free. Go peruse the books. Just don't take any.
How large is the library? Like,
It
enough to
is.
wander around?
Oh, very much so. It is huge.
So she says we can peruse books.
This was a
Yeah.
massive tower in the center of the desert. Like, we landed on top of it and walked down several flights of stairs.
Think the Library of Alexandria.
Yes.
Okay. This might be more of a Jeremy asking above table question.
Sure.
So forgive my anime brain rot, but when I think of magic styles, like I think of what the librarian's doing is like popping stuff, like the copy of what Alyssa gave him.
Him.
Okay. Would this be something that I could try to determine if this is like them pulling a copy or like maybe summoning something from inside the library?
You can make me an Arcana check if you'd like.
No. 6.
6. Not really aware.
Okay. Can we walk around and talk about this?
Sure.
All right.
We'll
Either
go-
I can get rid of my most potent artifact that I carry on my person,
Or we can break his teeth in.
we could assault him.
Okay, I'm all for violence in a lot of situations. I don't know if that might be the best idea.
We might need your skills here, Judge, but
Yeah, what is it? Is that just because of Kalimdor, or what's the deal?
I think it's because you're a priest, and this is your god's domain, at least in some part.
We already have a lot of fights to pick. The last thing I want to do is pick another one. I'm not saying that we shouldn't.
What
We
would
can
you
also come back?
What
again.
would you do for your mother?
I am not saying that we shouldn't. I am simply advising against it.
Alyssa, how about this? I can do something that I possibly might be able to get enough information to. So, Kex, how we were able to contact his father was me using scrying to see him. And then I was able to speak with him because I was familiar with him to the point where I could put a face to the name, so to speak.
Sticks.
We need to know what plane.
The only reason that worked is because I could share my mind with you.
Thank you for letting me finish, Kex. But I can, with a description, a name, a little bit more information from you, I can get a pretty good idea of this person. And then I can try it.
We just need to know what plane that she's on, and we can find her ourselves.
Apparently, she might be on this plane.
It sounds like it.
She could be. I doubt that that librarian was very forthcoming with your location when they made this deal.
Well, she stole 7 years
Yeah.
of your time,
Yeah.
effectively.
But
from your
something about why I'm saying we should not pick a fight with him is that she did make a deal with him. And I do not want anything bad to happen to her because we picked a fight with him.
The funny thing about picking fights is sometimes they just get picked anyway.
They do, but we have other options, as Stick said, and this deal that he has just offered us, I don't think is going to expire anytime soon.
We could come back.
This is not something we have to accept right now.
I need to know she's okay.
I completely understand, and I am not going to say what any final decision should be in this matter because I am no stranger to this predicament that you are in.
Sayul, is there anything I can trade you? Or make you?
Fine.
Before that, let me ask you one question, Alyssa. If you know her location right now, are we going straight to where she is when you know, or are we going to continue with our task? Because if that's the case and you're going to go straight to where we need to go, not saying we should or should not, but remember everything else that is going on right now.
Made a deal. I'm not leaving. And we're not trading right now.
I don't like the map. No.
I just wanted you guys to be able to see what you're actually
just the
dealing with.
representation.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
I don't know if you guys are fighting or what.
No.
I just wanted to show you the actual.
Can I get my like scouter power level reading real quick?
Bing, bing, bing.
Are you actually trying to get a like lethality rating from?
No, but I do want to see, because Styx hasn't really thought of it until now. Do I feel more connected to Kalimvor than usual? About the same?
It is tenuous. You're very much within your god's own plane, but your god, obviously,
I don't feel him like, oh, I'm with him. Like, I'm not, it doesn't feel like he's on the same plane as me, but I know.
there's that, but it's also with how in tune you are with things of this plane. A, you are shadow touched by itself, but B, your connection with the god themselves gives you a little bit of extra purview in this plane. You feel connected to the plane itself. That also includes the darker things that go bump in the night here. So while you feel closer to Kalimvor, you also feel almost like there's eyes on you at all times.
Almost like a target, or more like just... Does it feel more like revere or fear?
Both.
I kind of had a similar question, but I never asked it earlier just because of how fast-paced we were going.
For you, you do not have the same type of connection with this plane.
Okay.
That Styx does.
Yeah.
I'm a devotee of basically the creator. Whereas, yeah.
But I'm connected to the person that presides over it, or supposed to, so that's why I was curious about it.
Did I get sent something?
No. I'm reassuring that I'm
You're good. You're
Yeah.
good.
we saw that.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Are you sure you're good?
Oh man.
We need to have the what's the name of the actor who played Professor X when he was old?
Xavier.
Patrick Stewart.
Yeah.
Patrick Stewart. We need the acting clip.
I don't know if I have enough leverage to maybe see if we can get this information without giving up such a... It seems like he brought this up No, I don't think anybody was really paying attention to how much he wanted the Ion Stone.
Oh, I was
So-
very much.
Styx, what about you? What about it?
It?
Yeah.
No.
Listen,
I'm really tired of this coming up, to be 100% honest with you guys.
this is a different circumstance.
You're not using it. And I'm
We-
having to give up something way more valuable.
You do not have to give up anything.
I'm not going to leave her hanging when she's looking for her fucking mom.
I'm saying that there's other ways to get it. We all came into this agreeing to not give this up after having a discussion about it, and the fact that it keeps coming up is worrisome to say the least for me.
Styx, would you rather give that up or make Sayo weaker?
I don't think we should give anything up.
I don't think we should either, but answer the question, please.
I think that is the answer. That is my answer.
You're not willing to have the conversation.
If the option is to give something up or to give something up, then no, we should walk away. They're doing this for a reason. This is not a favor.
No, we all realize this, Styx. What did we all just go through for me? What did we all give up? And who even had a second thought about helping me? And you're telling me that if that was the only way to help her, that you would walk away, then you are not the kind of person that I thought you were.
I think you misunderstand my intentions and my faith.
I don't think I misunderstand anything. You look at a certain thing and automatically have made up your mind. Sometimes things change, Styx.
Excuse me, but I
All right, this
have
is
never
not a healthy
I have never
conversation.
once done that. That is push on me. You guys kept secrets from me because you thought that's what I would think. No discussion was had with me about this.
I didn't
The,
know.
the decision was made for me.
Styx. I'm sorry I asked.
I understand.
Do you maybe have anything else?
I think that there are better ways to go about getting this information.
I just want to know she's okay.
We can find that. I can promise you that I will do everything in my power to get the information. I think that we're in a place that we don't know much about, and this person seems very, very intent on getting a rise out of you specifically.
I think I fucked up the last time I was here.
How so?
I don't know even what I traded.
You traded
And-
7 years, it would appear.
You
I-
traded something. and you
Apparently,
stole something.
apparently I'm coming here on the next stop. And
I think all of us do.
I'm suddenly realizing that maybe that wasn't the best decision. And I don't think I had a choice at the time.
Styx, can you explain to me how you can figure out what plane Alyssa's mom is on? Do you have the ability to do that or ask your god?
I can ask Helmvor. I can.
Oh, we had a divine intervention.
Stop.
I don't know what. I have no idea what that is, Kex. I have no idea.
Daniel needed his thundercock. Now stop bringing it up.
Need is a strong word.
Okay.
Benefited.
Yeah.
Benefited. Yes.
Okay.
Benefits.
So Sayo to everybody.
Big
How far?
benefits.
I mean, I'm assuming that we're always under ear, no matter how far away we are from this person, as long as we're in their domain, their library. So,
Probably a safe assumption.
Safe assumption, but we don't know for sure.
who's to say?
Nope.
You.
So what I'm talking about is legend lore. I give a description and I get accurate and somewhat important information.
Kindly, Alyssa, your mother is not a legend. I do not believe that would provide information.
I'm gonna scroll through my book. I'm going to read
Gonna go through your analog.
the description. I'm gonna pull out the analog D&D Beyond.
I think it's, for the record, I think it's a good idea, Jeremy.
Yes.
It just logistically, I don't know how the spell works.
So I'm gonna read it. Name or describe a person, place, or object the spell brings to you brings to your mind a brief summary of the significant lore about the thing you've named. The lore might consist of current tales, forgotten stories, or even secret lore that has never been widely known. If the thing you name isn't of legendary importance, you gain no information. Okay, so to be honest, I feel like it's 50-50.
You could try it.
I think that the fact that there is someone on this plane or another plane doing a favor for a librarian of arguably a very, very important place.
Six, you're not going to argue down the emotional concern Alyssa has for her mother. I need you to explain to me the commune spell, and I'm naming that for you, Jeremy.
I don't think I have it right now.
Yes, but you can.
I've done it as well. But I was giving my original thought, is Styx was saying, like, this is something that he prepared for going and finding Niv Mizzet.
Yeah.
That's this. I took Legend lore. I took Find the Path. So
Good ideas.
Yeah,
I do have
those are
Find the
good.
Path,
Which
if
can help
she's
us with her too.
kind of.
Could.
I need to know her exact location now, and I have to go to that location, not to the person.
Yep.
So, Styx, what I am looking for is a clear and concise route for Alyssa to understand that we will be finding her mother as soon as possible without having to pay any.
I can do it as soon as I am rested, and I will as soon as I'm rested.
Alyssa, would you be okay with a communing and then to find the location, a scrying and then a sending to your mother?
I'm already going to make notes on what I'm looking to ask as well.
I have a bad feeling about this, and I feel like if we traded something to him, he would tell us
You would give us
maybe the truth and also the unspoken part. And I'm not sure where she is. I'm not sure if she's okay. I'm not sure if she's even on this plane of existence anymore. Kex, I really am sorry. I didn't realize what it was like. And I've been way too hard on you.
I will peel off from the group. I will walk up to the librarian.
Okay.
I will not say what I was going to say.
Come to an answer.
You will explain the exact and specific details of the deal you made with Alyssa, the deal you made with her mother, the manner in which we might find her mother, and perhaps even provide a method by which we can quickly get to her mother, and then I will give you the fucking rock.
I will need the fucking rock before you leave here at all.
We are not free to leave, huh?
You misunderstand my intent. I'm not going to attack you should you leave. But I'm not going to give you that information until the rock is in my hand.
That was the deal I quite angrily came over here and just said.
No, very particularly. You stated you wanted to wait there before I got the rock.
Ah,
Particulars are important, especially if you're going to be speaking to me with that tone.
yeah, well, you got your little fucking hooks into one of my friends, and now I have to give up my shiny toys because she's fucking distraught over shit that you did to her, so I'm a little
I
fucked.
did nothing.
It's called emotional chicanery, all right? I'm allowed to have my emotions, you big black bastard.
And I'm allowed to tell you that they're misplaced.
Did break into the library and steal from him.
Andrew, above table. Just because I see how heated this is getting, can I prepare an action? I'm not even joking.
We are like off to the side, and Sayo just beelined it up to him.
No, I'm
Yeah.
assuming
Oh.
this library is nice and quiet.
Okay.
Most
We
times.
can hear, yeah.
This exchange is heated, and 100% you can if you'd like.
Okay. I would like
I'm gonna put
to.
you right there.
If it's a spell, he's gonna see you cast it.
I'm preparing.
Yeah, no, you
have
do
to
the him and
cast the
Han,
spell.
and then you're holding a glowing
Yes.
orb.
You have to cast the spell to prepare the spell.
Yeah, he's gonna see.
So he's
Let him.
Wait,
Let him play.
is that how it works? I thought it would.
That is how it works.
Okay, I basically wanted to, like, if anything happened, I just wanted to be ready to cast Blight.
that would not work on him. I'm sorry.
We don't. Oh, we also don't know that just because it is necrotic.
They are correct. You do the components of the spell beforehand. You hold on to it for a turn, and if it does not come to fruition, your trigger, you lose that spell slot
Okay.
and
understand.
any components that go into it.
Okay, understand. Yeah, I'll pass on that. But Styx is if birds could like have hackles like cats, then
They do.
well, yeah, I'm hackled a little
ruffled.
bit.
Your feathers are ruffled.
Sayo, don't. It's not worth it.
I agree to the terms.
Don't.
This is something you still wish to do.
If Alyssa says no, this is her choice. This is her mother. You would have listened to me if I said no.
Why are you changing your mind now?
Because I can see that everybody here is going to help me. And quite frankly, I don't want him to get anything more.
Deal's off. We can try our own way first, Alyssa. We can always come back.
I find pressing too hard in negotiations can lead to a loss of a business relationship. You have a lovely day.
You as well. Fly safely. It's a pity we couldn't come to an agreement, but I'm sure I'll see you sooner or later.
Oh, how true.
I look forward to it.
They give you all a deep bow.
It went from a curt nod to a deep bow to everybody.
I'm
Let's
definitely
go.
like patting my like Alyssa's back on the way out and being like, I'm so fucking proud of you.
Is that the mouse?
You toss it up in the air, and there's just a.
Blows it up.
It dies immediately.
I prefer no litter in my abode. Now, please.
I'm not even looking at him. I'm doing that as we're leaving.
I'm definitely like on the way out, be like just a little bit of like.
All right. With that, you guys wander on back up. The blue spirits kind of fading in and out around you. As you make it to the top, there are these fox-like creatures that you see are conversing with some of the kobolds.
I'll say to the kobolds, don't make friends with them. Their boss is an ass.
The fox-like creatures kind of turn their heads towards you. You see they have a small bundle of items that they've been given from the kobolds.
What did you give?
Oh, like just knickknacks and stuff.
Such as
I gave them a tea set.
you gave them my ship's china.
No,
Okay.
I didn't trade your stuff. I traded our stuff that we left on the ship when you took it.
Yeah, they're not
That was ours.
We already went over this.
benefits.
Do I scan? I would like to scan the objects and see if there are any in particular that I am not comfortable with leaving the ship.
That's really a you call. The types of things that they took are very innocuous.
Is there any incense that are in those?
No.
Okay.
Believe it or not, there are no clerics among the kobolds.
Yeah.
It's useless trash to us.
It's like they gave like a box and tackle, but you have 3 on board. Things like that. They definitely gave over like duplicates.
Yeah.
And you see that they have like some weird like esoteric pages
They got some books
that they got in return. Like
they just gave him like funny stories, and the kobolds gave him like, oh, if you guys want to have a tea party, here you go.
They gave him the first page of the first chapter of Jujutsu Kaisen.
This really was a Jujutsu Kaisen after all.
This Gojo guy's really cool.
Maybe the real Kaisen was all the jujitsus we made along the way.
oh, killing me.
All right, well, I'm going to choose to trust in your negotiating skills because mine are exhausted currently.
I'm really good at it.
I have no doubt you believe that.
Now I have less reason to believe that.
Yeah.
If you said, they're okay, I would have just walked away and let you do your thing. They're okay. You know what? Fair. I'm going to walk on the ship and then sit.
Alyssa,
Yo, good, I am talking to these guys.
I can go back down there.
I don't think it's what she would want me to do. And I know that if she made a deal, it probably wasn't a choice, but it was a necessity. And I think the best thing that I can do is add another name to our list. And we can circle back around at some point.
Oh, wrong list. No, wrong list. Wrong list.
Not the shit list.
Not the kill on site list.
Okay.
You know, Styx, you can be really insensitive sometimes.
Styx was right.
Doesn't change my opinion. I want to talk to you later.
Insensitive.
Oh. Okay.
I'm sorry for asking about that. I was emotionally blindsided. And thank you for offering to help. I would still very much like to try whatever we can, but we have a job to do.
I don't know why you would doubt that we would help you for this. Regardless of how long we've been a group, we do stick up for each other, and we do go out of our way for each other. Even if tensions are high sometimes, and some people are not as close of friends as others.
Well, to be honest, I don't think you like me very much.
He doesn't like anybody very much.
To be fair, I've been very irritated at the fact that we have to be here and we cannot be home. As for me, that has been my home for the entirety of my life. And I feel like that was thrust upon me without much of a decision of my own. But as I've brooded on it, I think that it's nobody's fault. If anything, it is my fault for deciding to be with everybody here. But that in itself has been the most fun I've had in the entirety of my lifespan.
Do you think that I'm ever going to find rest if he's the first person to take my soul?
I'll talk with the big man upstairs. I don't think anybody should fear death. I think that...
I don't fear death, but I do fear somewhere in between.
That would be scary.
And I think if we don't do what we need to do, then everybody isn't going to make it to the afterlife or wherever the heck they're supposed to.
That is the scary thought.
Faith is a funny thing because some people choose faith in something else, and that is what gives them power. But I think that without faith in yourself, then I don't think you have the right to believe in anything else.
I normally don't believe in anything.
Well, I think now is as good of a time as any to start. And I think that you should have faith in yourself, and you should have faith in your compatriots.
If you can't believe in yourself, believe in the us that believe in you.
Oh, man. We should get a drill on this ship.
A drill to pierce the heavens?
Or just that fucker.
Yeah. Alyssa, many years ago, I had a similar problem. And the solution for me to keep my parents and the people I love, I have continued to pay for, and other people have paid very dearly for many years now. So I can't begrudge you wanting to make that deal. And I am still willing to go down there and give her my fanciest rock to help you find your mom.
I think it's time to break the cycle because it only brings ruin, clearly.
The cycle with that guy.
No, like,
Trading ourselves away for our loved ones.
you've made a deal. You've made a deal. I've made a deal. And we're all dealing with that. The only person here who hasn't made a deal, I think, is Styx.
And he found God.
Well, I mean, you could say that, but I guess my deal was a lot longer than yours.
Yours is a little bit more consensual.
The terms are better than that asshole back there.
I agree with Sail that we can come back. If things do not work out the way we planned, then it seems that he is willing.
It's our oh shit button.
Yeah. Maybe we won't even need to use it. And then maybe we can find some other way of...
I'll tell you what.
I won't say more.
If we make it all the way through this and we come out on the end of the tunnel as heroes for this, we can come back and burn this place down if you want.
That guy's gonna be like soft hands, no bitches when
Can
we
we
come
just
back.
kill him,
Like,
leave the library?
yeah.
It's pretty cool.
We could ask your boss if he has somebody else he'd rather be a librarian.
Well, I've been writing down the questions I have for him on top of Alyssa's mom.
We'll see when we get there. For now, he's useful, but
He's gonna stop being useful here in a minute. I think he said the Enduin forces were going to show up at some point and ask him for information as well.
yeah.
I may or may not have soured our relations just now, so I'm sure he will provide them with information at a discount. And I fear the coin that he gave us, we will also have to negotiate with just to get us to where we need to go.
It depends on how valuable he sees us as walking around stirring the pot. He doesn't like the other side more than I think he hates us.
Cax, you don't have to convince me. We're coming back here and we're going to burn it down.
I'll light the torch.
I send a little prayer up. I'm sorry.
I think we should refrain from arson so close to the library.
Oh, it's not
So we take him outside first. All right.
We'll see. I have a knack for collateral.
Yeah, you make a lot of it.
Sometimes it's acceptable.
With that,
Yeah. I don't want to get into that.
as you guys are discussing the finer points of how to particularly murder an aspect of the Shadowfell.
Details.
Details.
Semantics.
They come out. My side of the deal's off.
Fizzlefang is quietly getting the crew ready. He's kind of pointing, letting you guys have your conversation at the wheel, and then you feel the ship itself become lighter as Fizzlefang looks at you and goes, "Ready to go."
How are we going to tell him about the fact that he doesn't get to drive the ship for a few days?
We're going to have a vacation for a few days. We're going to do some projects around the ship, make it spick and span and nice. We hired a guide to get us to your dad way faster than you and I could sail there.
Okay, cool.
A few days instead of a few months.
Months.
Yeah, it was a long ways away.
Yeah,
God.
he's on this plane on the other side of it.
I'll quickly run down the teleportation thing that happened that we were watching for Fizzlefang so he understands and he's brought up to speed because I realized that we never told him what was going on.
No.
After
I'll run that down for him and be like, hey, they teleported, they broke the thing, they're on the other end of the globe right now. This is we're gonna get there.
Do you think if we had hit the teleporter with the ship, we would have gone?
No.
I thought about it, but I like the ship.
I think we had a lot of thoughts when we saw.
Believe it or not, I like you and the ship a lot more than I like the teleporter.
Oh,
But like time. And then the surprise, you imagine like they teleported over there, they're about to break it. They're not expecting a
Fizzlefang.
full sky ship
Or-
to rain down on
Or
them.
we could have blown up Fizzlefang.
Fizzlefang, there was something like this that happened back in 2001 AD, and
Fizzlefang.
we're all that never forgot. Anyways,
In the
Fizzlefang.
7th age.
While we are on this journey for a few days, I have an idea.
Those are dangerous.
Yeah, and you and Alyssa are very good with dangerous ideas.
Oh,
Is
no.
there a way that during this time, you and Alyssa can get that cannon to be able to fire more than once?
a day?
Putting your brains together and working on it for a couple days while we travel.
It took the whole Zet Manufactorum to do, like, how long did that take? to-
Right, but I'm saying,
craft?
is there...
That's technically not even out of R&D.
Yeah. I'm just saying if they...
We stole it.
I like
But
you.
that means they haven't really worked on it other than installing it. So that's why I'm saying... I'm basically asking them if him...
What do you mean we didn't fucking work on it?
I'm basically asking if him and Alyssa can put their heads together, because I think Alyssa needs a distraction, to work on something and see if there's any kind of improvement that can be made to the Nizium cannon while we're traveling.
Mizium
Nizium.
cannon. God, it's like talking to a fucking wall sometimes. Hey, Alyssa,
Yeah.
you got gems?
Actually, we do.
what kind of gems?
I have the list of our gems.
You know, sapphires in particular, or diamonds.
I have a list. Uno momento.
My wire, come here.
Yeah.
Sapphires.
It's unfocused eyes just
We
looking up into
have-
yours.
We have,
Shoving your hand down the throat of a dead.
we have a tiger's eye. We have obsidian. We have moss agate. We have rhodocrossite. Opaque light pink. We have 2 of those. We have turquoise. We have bandit agate. We have jasper, star rose quartz, regular quartz, amethyst, and ambers.
Amethyst, I think, is the only usable one.
Amethyst is force.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what we have as far as gemstones.
Force lightning.
You and I can work on it. We can try. We may even be able to get it to shoot other things than lightning. But with the gemstone, no, it's already got a bunch of sapphires baked in.
Did you add another barrel
Well,
so it's like a
I was-
dual link?
See,
You have gold on hand that I can etch another barrel?
I was gonna say maybe we should be focusing on a scope.
I love that we're getting fucking schooled by Fizzlefang.
Scope?
This is why I asked him. He's his head engineer, man.
I cook, man. I don't make gun.
I mean, I don't. Can I be honest with you?
Sure.
We have a few prototype firearms we've used at. Have you ever shot a gun?
I'm gonna look at
Like-
Saio pointedly.
Like
Perhaps.
without magic?
Correct.
It's not my favorite.
They're dirty. They got like the black powder stuff. You
Yeah.
know. Yeah. So
Ooh.
scopes work because when you hold it up, you can look down the barrel
Yeah.
and it's still in the same direction. That's a fucking cannon that we're normally firing just from the hip. It's that direction. We would have to uninstall it, place it on the bow, get a whole seat and everything. There's a reason we didn't do it. Can you do it? Yes. It takes a lot, which we didn't have the time for, and days aren't gonna do it.
That's why I'm just saying this is something they can work on.
If you got, I don't know how good you are with your hands. It sounds like they think you're real cool. I don't know you that well, but I'm willing to work with you, and maybe I can teach you a thing or two.
Why did you just change the
this
Jersey accent all of a sudden?
It's, it's because talking that high pitch
It's all good.
Hurts.
Yeah,
for
you're
too
good.
long.
I'm gonna look over at Ziggy.
Like, they think I'm really good over here.
I'm gonna look over at Ziggy, who I've seen summon cannons before, and ask him what his input is. Because he's an actual artificer.
Well, I mean,
Excuse me?
Well, no, compared to Fizzlefang. Not Alyssa. Compared to Fizzlefang. Fizzlefang, yes. Sorry.
Back to the insensitive.
Sorry. Compared to Fizzlefang.
Shit.
I mean, yeah, the boss has got a point.
Okay.
It's not something we could try. We can work on it. It might be better if we just made some gemstone artillery.
We could do a mortar,
No.
Yeah, that's one. Yeah, gemstone artillery.
Stygian mortar.
Either that or we could look at I don't know, like some kind of end piece for the barrel. So like once it exits the barrel, maybe we can use some of the gems to like augment the lightning.
Focusing lens or something?
Increase the range, possibly.
We could try that. Yeah. So basically, as it stands right now, the reason that you can only use it once a day is that none of us have enough arcane power to charge it.
What about this spell refueling ring?
How much juice can you put in there?
I think it's like, what is it? It's like
Is
3.
this your infusion one?
Yeah.
I believe it's 3rd level or lower.
So, one.
If you can, if you can put that ring on it, you can get it to fire twice a day.
Could you put your infusion on the cannon?
That's what I'm saying. If she puts that ring on it, puts the infusion on the cannon, we can fire it twice a day.
Might be a good thing to do temporarily.
So
Here.
so it's up to a 3rd level spell slot?
Yeah.
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 3rd level or lower.
I wonder if I could like set it up to cast enlarge or something.
It's a gas station boner pill.
It wouldn't work that way. It would just have another spell slot to fire another charge.
Oh, you can't up the level. It's just the slots.
Yeah.
Well, and also if you cast enlarge, you'd be casting on the cannon.
Right. It's
So the cannon would.
yeah, you're not using.
What if you put the ring at the end of the barrel and you shoot it through?
That's what I was that's what I was saying, actually.
You're trying to enlarge the radius of the spell.
Yeah, so like as it exits, it like casts enlarge on it.
Enlarge has to be used on a physical
You're shooting.
thing.
Yeah, you're shooting energy. They're not shooting slots.
Oh, but you could shoot a cannon
Okay.
through it.
You could. Yeah. That could.
But so you're saying that in principle it's sound.
In principle, if you're shooting projectile and enlarge gets cast on it while it's going through the barrel, it will then enlarge to the barrel.
If you are enlarging
the
a
exit
lightning bolt,
point.
you're casting create energy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just not a spell.
But project to.
I'm willing to get down into the nitty gritty now if y'all want. I have many ideas,
I will make sure that.
and most of them are just like limited by like what Andrew's willing to put up with as far as like me asking questions.
All right. While you guys are cracking heads, I'm gonna go over to the wheel real quick and.
I'm gonna make sure that Fizzlefang and Alyssa have access to all the gemstones that we have.
You kick McGuire and take.
So,
Don't. Why are you kicking McGuire?
kick my guard. Don't put that evil on me. Don't insinuate I would do that to McGuire.
That evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
I would just like scratch his back and then he'd go. He'd go.
I would say we can probably go over these ideas over break since we only got a half hour till then.
Okay.
That way we're not just adjudicating
Yeah.
throughout
I was
the
like,
session.
this would get really tedious really quickly.
Cool. So, Sail, you wander over to the wheel. Where are we going?
We are going about 100 feet up, and then I'm grabbing the coin.
Okay.
Which way, though?
To Nivmazet.
Yep.
Okay.
Unless Colby did not understand any changing in plans.
I mean, we were talking about going to Shadow Row, but
So it sounded like 3 of you decided.
But now you have different uses for the spells during the time because you're trying to do stuff to find her mother.
well, the thing about that. Oh, I always forget this because I don't ritual cast very often. I don't have to have it prepared to ritual cast.
No,
True.
you do. It has to be prepared.
Yeah, I think it's still prepared unless you have the
I have ritual.
ritual.
Unless it's
feat.
like an
I have
intake.
shadow book nonsense that lets me do that.
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
cool. I just wanted, because I was gonna divinate, but I guess that
Hold on.
I don't have it prepared.
We got Google really quick. So continue speaking amongst yourselves.
I just like, if we're going straight to Nivezet, that's gonna be goal number 1, right? So we need to prepare for that, and then
So
prepare.
do we have a single diamond?
Yeah, we have diamonds.
You have
Okay.
diamond dust.
I thought we got diamonds. I thought we
This is your thing because you're the one that has the spells.
Let me look
to
at my
use them.
Hold on. The reason I was asking is because if one of us dies and we need it for revivify, we probably should have at least a couple.
Andrew, remind me, how much does a diamond cost on average?
500, I think.
You can buy a diamond that cost 1 silver if you wanted to.
Wait, does that count?
You need
No.
you need
No, because there's
300
a
gold
monetary
worth of
value
diamonds
to
for
it.
Revivify, 500 for Raise Dead, and 1,000 for Resurrection.
So I have, which I don't have yet, I don't think.
You get that at 7th.
Oh, no, I do.
You have 6.
You don't have.
Oh, you're right.
you
I
don't
get
have
that.
Resurrection.
Yeah, I get that in 2 levels.
What
I did
did-
it at 13.
What determines the monetary value of a gem?
Probably, well, it's going to be its size.
Clarity, economics in the area,
Okay.
and how much your god actually values it.
The magical potence within the gem itself.
So it is quite literally the reason they ask for these types of things is, and the reason there's a gold value assigned to it for like clarity, things like that, is how much divine power can your god actually funnel into it.
Yeah, which was I was gonna ask about manufactured diamonds.
I mean,
What sense?
Could I build something that like compresses carbon into a diamond?
No fucking shot.
that would break D&D. That would literally break D&D.
It will not have the requisite divine
We
energy.
could make a fake diamond. It's not-
But then I would try and
Keep it
cast
zirconium.
something and nobody would come alive again.
So what do you have on hand right now, Jeremy?
I have 700 diamond dust. So I think that was banking on Revivify.
Yep. So that's 2 revivifies.
And 1 greater restoration.
Yep.
Okay.
So we can get. So I think we're covered in the.
And diamond dust counts, right?
Yes.
Unless it's
Revivify and greater restoration.
unless it
only.
specifies diamond.
I see.
Yes,
Yep.
it specifies.
That's why we've converted it every time to diamond dust. So because
Or we asked
with the
specifically.
levels that Styx is at right now, diamond dust applies to multiple spells, whereas he doesn't have a lot of spells right now that just need a diamond.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because a diamond, I can't remember the name of the spell, but that's like that's the resurrect. That's,
Pre-resurrection.
We have some oh shit stuff then. which is
yes, we
good.
do. Yep.
I would really prefer not to, though. Please don't die anymore.
Well, believe it or not, Styx is not my goal.
That is not a request you can make of people.
I didn't. I didn't plan on it last time. I also didn't plan on my back being blown out last time.
Well, that just sounds like a great time.
I was gonna say like I could give you a better tattoo.
That would be. We just
I
get a
would
tattoo machine.
probably have a little bit of PTSD with a needle on my back right now. Thank you.
Oh, I wasn't gonna do it on your back.
Forehead tattoo.
The ship is in
55th
motion
Street.
Yes.
towards Shadowrun.
For Shadowrun. Okay.
If it sounds like that was the agreement, because we did not get any additional materials out of the librarian.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't talk about it.
How long would it take to fly there? It was what? A couple hours?
Few hours. Yeah.
Also, he said the coin was
One use.
one use to get us where we wanted to go.
No, I think we were gonna just book it to Shadowrun and then use the coin.
He said he was going to use the coin.
Said I was going to use the coin to get an Imzet. I do not use it to go to Shadowrun.
Guys,
Well, technically, I have the coin.
how do we even, if we're going to go in there, we can't just park and go in.
I am going to use magic to disguise the ship as we approach. We are going to do a low run of Hollows. Nuts.
Gate.
What's the shadow version of Hollow's Gate?
another
Hollow's
name?
Hole?
Daisy Gate.
Daisy Gate.
So is the hope just to be able to go to
Watergate.
the Shadowfell equivalent of Styx's place and hope that there's incense there?
Well,
I'm confused on what we're trying to do here.
so I would like to get incense, but we don't know what is in the Guild's Row equivalent. However, when we came in, Hollow's Gate was very peculiar compared to everything else.
We can't really sneak around the whole city. You're the only one that can disguise yourself.
I can disguise the ship as we approach.
But I'm talking about we can't just it was on site for us. We can't just stroll about the city, walk up to a merchant and say, "Hey, what do you got?"
Well, also another thought. Again, hindsight, when we were in Guilds Row and being, told we can't come back, I went to place a sigil of sorts on Hollow's Gate to go back to. I'm wondering if maybe I can do the same thing here instead, because then, depending on things that may happen in the near future, maybe this could be a better restart point.
No, definitely not a better. This is.
I don't want to teleport
We-
to the middle of the.
This is hostile
But we
territory.
can't go to Guilds Row.
They will be less hostile than
Yeah.
here.
I kind of question
We
that.
got attacked immediately when we flew over the city
We did enter through a big dimensional hole in the sky, though.
because
Or the ground.
Yeah, because they know that's not supposed to be here.
Yours also isn't the only teleport we have. Kex has a necklace.
Is that a one-time?
Cast it all time.
Really? Okay.
So, does anybody have the ability to teleport back here onto the ship?
Specific location.
Yeah.
If we are,
I have wings.
I can, but it is complicated. Essentially, the way that I would have to do things is I would have to shift us out of the Shadowfell to a different plane, and then shift us from that plane back to the location in the Shadowfell I wanted to be in.
Would you be willing to do a stealth shopping mission?
We're assuming that there's vendors to trade with.
There's got to be something down there.
Pax, you are the most brilliant strategist I've ever met. I think that you can find some incense.
I can.
That's
Or-
not
okay.
strategery. That's theft.
Okay.
Incense was just the scraping the surface. That's what I want. We could find something more useful.
Andrew, can I, with my government affiliation, what is customs like to get into the city? For like, if you were just somebody who's never been in Guilds Row before, and you were just trying to get into the city, what is that like?
It's very light.
Very light. Okay.
Very light.
As far as entrances to the city, then.
Innumerable.
Innumerable.
Okay.
Yeah, they really don't care. There's a reason the Azorius went with the model of we are going to keep everything as open as possible with the understanding that if you break a law, we'll fucking kill you.
Yeah, so us not being allowed in the city comes up if we get a speeding ticket. Then they run us and see we have a warrant. That kind of thing.
So here is what I can try to do.
Okay.
Guilds Row has an underground. We all know this. I know the languages that you need to speak and understand to get there. Remember the black market in Cloud's Keep?
Is that where you tried to get me to go in the closet?
Didn't get you, tried to get you. I did get you in the closet. But anyways, yes, that. I can try and use, and it's just an assumption, I can try to use similar paths and hope that there is a black market down there somewhere that I can find, and I can trade some gold, get things we need, and get out.
Okay.
That is the safest option, but that is assuming that it is going to work that way on this side.
Well, we could drop you off, be ready to abscond if we have to. And
I can get myself out if it is a hot situation.
yeah, and if it's not a hot situation, then cool.
There's one thing that needs to be brought up. I don't know if there's any prejudice against life here, but you kind of teeter the middle point.
That is
So
part of why I'm volunteering myself for this.
Are you talking about going back to real road?
No.
No.
I'm talking about trying to use the whole mirror thing to find an underground on this side.
So we're kind of in the
Guilds Row.
we're in the plane so like the souls and stuff, they were dead, not undead. They weren't like animated or being controlled, because like one thing that I've done is pinged undead, kind of what I can do. Kex doesn't necessarily show up. He doesn't show up as undead.
Show up as undead.
He does.
I do.
Oh, so okay. Well then, sorry. Then yeah, that
Shows up as both.
yeah. So he teeters. So he's alive but dead and undead. So he's a little bit of everything.
Physically, I am the one that fits in the most with the crowd.
So what? We just put some makeup on you. You do a little.
Yeah,
Do the shit.
kind of.
You also have all of the money too, and you have all the smarts and all the charisma and
He never
Constitution.
came back.
Very
I was gonna
constitutional.
say, oh boy, here I go, risking
So-
myself again. Let's do this.
So we could park high up in the sky. We could drop in together. I feather fall us before we hit.
You are the only one who can feasibly come with me safely.
Yeah.
That's just
second.
because he can change how he looks.
so
I would also, if this is happening, I would like to do something to give you a little bit.
It sounds like this is what we're gonna do. So.
Really, really quick. For Styx, can you tell me what your destroy undead level is currently?
You get CR1.
Yeah, I think it's still. I don't get another CR until like two more levels.
Just look at your.
I'm pulling it up. It would be in features.
Does that
traits.
directly translate to how much clout he has here?
Destroy undead CR lower than the threshold
just be
of your.
walking around
Oh,
and wasting
2 or lower. 2.
But that's also your big, like, you'd be walking around a bunch of zombies and they'd be like, "The fuck." Yeah, that guy ain't supposed to be here.
It's CR 2 or lower.
Thank you.
Kex, you evaporate. No.
I'm a little over a CR2, just a little.
Maybe
Alright,
to them.
So is this the plan?
11.
Jeremy casts mods, twist his PP.
Do you
I am the bailiff.
do you want me to try and get to this version of your Hollow's Gate?
Yeah, I would love a report, and if you can link our minds. And what I would also do, if you wanted to be extra stealthy, I would give you enhance ability for your.
Linking our minds will probably only work with me and Sail. The distance is a mile.
listen, whatever you guys do in the closet on your own time, on your little stealth missions, is fine. But can I at least give you a shopping list for stuff that would be helpful?
If you'd like,
Can I
to
also
write
give
me
you a shopping list?
Well, we fly there.
You can give me a list. I cannot promise that I can acquire everything that you need.
Here,
Do
Alyssa,
my best.
I would also like to add one.
go ahead and
Remember
write
that
the
we do
shopping
not
list.
have the greatest amount of funds, so the
Anymore.
first priority is stuff that Styx needs for the Hollow spell. Seemingly, that's the only reason we're coming here.
That's my shopping list. Oh, add incense. No. Whoops. I think you'll think it's funny what I wrote down.
If you don't remember the reason why we're going to Shadow Row,
We're not going.
we're not going.
Turning this fucking shit around.
How long do birds remember stuff?
You were an owl and not a bird.
There's a
Owl memory.
very long, actually, considering they have to remember migratory patterns. They have to remember hunting spots, where dangerous things are.
I'm sorry, but the first thing I got when I looked up owl memory was the Sekiro subreddit.
Yeah, that seems to be like probably a solid place
Yep.
to get your information from as far as owls.
Your dad's name is Owl. in Sekiro.
Okay. Last question for this plan. How do we let you guys know that shit went wrong?
Make a lot of noise.
We could
It usually starts with
we could have the ship slightly less than a mile up.
mile. That's a long way. How many feet is that? That's like 3,000.
It's not
At
gonna work.
least
I
4.
added flare gun.
That's not going to work for the amount of time that we're probably going to need down there.
It's 5,200
Sail.
feet.
How far can you shoot an eldritch blast?
120.
How bright is that?
Not very.
One thing to note. Hollis Gate is under Vichigasi.
Yes, I know. You don't have to give me any more reason than the fact that I don't want to come here.
Yeah, and the tree is going to attack us unless I disguise us or we're far enough away.
What if I tell the tree no?
It will hit you.
The tree threw corpses at us.
I'm just starting to think that I have a little bit more leverage here than originally planned.
What?
The tree threw
What'd you say,
corpses at
Jeremy?
us.
Jeremy,
Was that, wait, did we misunderstand?
No, that's literally what happened. The tree
Yeah.
threw corpses at
I
us.
thought you were like, you guys, what did you come up with
no.
that, bro?
It's one of those moments where it's like in retrospect, God damn, this sounds metal as fuck.
Sounds like a Death Clock song.
I wanted to call it the Weeping Willow because it would probably look like a weeping willow with all of the ropes on it.
Okay. Saio.
Yes.
I cast silence on Stan.
I do it right back.
You can't.
Since you, and
Verbal
me,
component.
since you and me are going through this plunge right now, and say we have to hit the oh shit button, where do we go?
I can.
The other problem is I don't know if saying our ship is a specific enough location to plane shift back here, because it is not a location within the Shadowfell.
It's not a
We-
plane, it's a ship.
We can't plane shift
So
because it's on the same plane.
No, I'm saying we'd have to, because in order to get back to them, we'd have to shift out.
how about
back.
if you're not back
I
by
can be a bird.
midnight, we send you a message.
You can be a bird.
I can carry a person as a
I'm always a bird.
Yeah, and then we're flying over the city with those gloom ravens.
Yeah, I'll be a big raven and we'll just blend in.
Guys, they were not ravens. I just want you guys to know that.
Owl, fine.
They were not that either.
they all look the same.
For the record, before we do this, I think this is dumb. I don't want to do this. And if I get killed, I'm going to haunt all of you.
Me too.
Oh, I was planning on that.
Not you.
Thank you.
Well, you would also probably.
Because
I'm already haunted.
This body is a saloon that's haunted and full of booze.
We are not sticking around. This is in and out.
10-minute adventure.
I am doing
Oh,
everything fast and quickly.
I can also just.
And speedily.
Speedy, some would say.
Yes.
One second. I'm just.
Fast, go burr.
Oh, freedom of
really-
movement is
really
that an
quick.
action? Go.
I was getting prepared for us to go on break, so I went to the studio mode thing and I selected stream break. And then I stopped seeing the Reaper audio thing bounce up and down. So there may have been about 30 seconds of dead time there. That's fine, I apologize. They were mainly just quibbling about whether this was a good idea or not.
It's not. But fuck it, we ball, I guess.
Okay, so there's two things that I'm gonna do. If you guys are going, I'm gonna do freedom of movement, and I'm gonna do enhance ability for. If you're going down, I'm gonna do your
Stealth.
dex.
To him.
Cat's grace or something.
You.
So you're giving both of us freedom of movement?
I think that's how it works. It's just an hour. It's not concentration.
Yep.
I'm gonna give you some leather and tell you to.
That was more of a, are you going to spend that many spell slots?
I mean, yes.
Okay.
You are worried, and I don't want you to be worried. So
Yes,
I want to make sure.
I'm still worried. Plenty worried.
Well, I want to get you a little less worried.
Not gonna happen.
What if I give you a back massage?
So Drusif.
That would make me way more worried, actually.
The fuck did you call me?
Drusif.
Drusifer?
Please, never again.
Bruce the Bronson.
Drusiah.
Drubadiah.
How, if I park the boat at 5,000 feet, how high above the hangman's tree is that?
Tall as Vitagazi. Vitagazi is like
How are we
all the
gonna
world
get
tree from.
hidden?
Is it like Hunter x Hunter? Because it will be below the top.
Can't just keep it there. They're gonna see it.
Well, they can do circles. 5,000's pretty high up.
Too far away for them to know.
Wait, this might be a canon thing of how tall it is.
That's what I'm looking up right now.
I mean, it has like shit in it. It can't be more than 5,000 feet. Or it could be more than
I think
5,000.
it was like a few hundred. Because that's pretty damn tall.
There are other trees around the plane, like the material plane, that are a few hundred feet tall.
Yeah.
No,
Vitugazi is the largest in the world.
I'm very certain it's over 1,000 feet tall.
Can you add gunpowder to that list?
So Tokyo Sky Tree is
I
2,000.
still don't have it.
I gave
that's
it to
because
somebody.
I never got it shown to me. It's
Yeah,
right
I,
here.
I just want to make sure that it gets added there.
Don't edit my.
You're not getting a scrying material. You're keeping the spyglass. That is what we're going to use.
Well,
That wasn't me.
Okay.
I did diamonds,
was
more diamonds, and ruby question mark.
Why Ruby?
We'd have to drop another 1,000
That would be
gold
forbidden.
to get a scrying thing.
no, you wouldn't. You just need to get something that I could make into a scrying thing.
We have a priority list. I'm getting the
Very
stuff
good.
that we need right now.
Yeah, but that's a spyglass that we could use for something like a cannon.
No. It's too small.
Yeah, didn't Fizzlefang
It's a
basically
handheld
distribute that?
spyglass.
I'll keep a lookout.
If you want to
for-
tell me, the
refractor.
artificer, what I can and can't do, by all means, go ahead. But I added that to the list because we can maybe make a different scrying thing that
I
that
have
Sticks can carry with them.
5,000 gold. There is more than 5,000 gold worth of stuff on this list.
And again, this is if you can,
Okay.
don't try to get everything on this if it's unsafe. This is like a nice to have.
The only reason I put diamonds and ruby there is because if it is Hallows Gate, that's something that I would assume.
They say Vitugazi is a mammoth tree nearly as tall as New Prov. So I'm going to say they're roughly the same size, and New Prov is definitely not 5,000 feet tall.
No.
So I'm comfortable saying that New Prov is 1,000 feet tall.
Okay.
And so would Vitugazi. So we'll say 5,000 feet is going to be 4,000 feet above Vitugazi. There we go.
Do we know the range of how far that tree can slang?
I hate the way you worded that question.
You've hated a few things we've said this session.
Today has just been cursed. I dislike it.
Don't make the tree slang.
No, you don't.
Okay. Yeah,
City blocks, though.
the tallest building in our world is 2,700 feet.
Oh, isn't that in like Dubai or something?
Yep, that's why I was saying, like, I know that they have buildings bigger than that.
I just thought the World Tree was like massive to where it was like its own city inside of it.
It is. Because you also have to think the circumference of it is massive.
It's not just the length, it's the girth.
Hey, Sail, something we should probably remember and think about. You and me still haven't long rested.
Yeah, I'm going to be tired.
No.
You already did your con saving throws for that in particular. But anyways,
So how long?
and also on top of that, Sail, as a note, you knew that today was the day you were supposed to have your ritual with Majra,
Yeah.
and nothing has come.
Probably because we're in hell.
We are
There is no moon in this plane.
we are as far from her influence as I've ever
How
been.
long does that
What if you
saving
made your
throw
image
keep
a
us good?
moon and then all of a sudden you just poof?
Another 24 hours.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
And with that, I am frankly tired of all the logistical shit. So we're going to go to break. And if you wish to continue speaking of it, you can.
Okay.
So
Now
with that, we'll see you in about a half hour.
All right.
Yippee.
We're going to come back from break and go back to our game.
Welcome back. Hello. We took some time, got some of our discussing done, figuring out game plans and then the like. Got some food in our systems a little bit, and discussed more about cannons and how do they do.
How do?
Magnets, how do they
How
work?
gun?
How gun.
Gun?
Gun.
Gun but big.
All right, with that, you all were planning to go to Shadow's Row, were you not?
I think we actually need to argue about that for another 30 minutes.
I'm going to stab you in the eye.
Yes. And I think we have
Even I'm over arguing about it. I've accepted this reality. If I get killed by this, you guys will never hear the end of it.
Well, good thing I have enough diamond to fucking do it again.
You got to be with me
Oh,
to
fucking do it.
How's he gonna get my body out?
I feel like because of the
McGuire.
connection, I would feel some kind of like.
You would. No, you would. But you're not there to do the thing.
I have a couple minutes, I think. Actually, I have a couple
You think
minutes.
it's going to take...
Singular.
You think that he's going to be able to get my body out in a minute?
Okay, Sail, I need you to stabilize the body with that cleric spell that you have. Spare the dying. Or not spare the dying. Gentle repose. Yeah.
Can you use
if
the
it
ghost
looks-
warding?
No.
I don't have it, or else I could.
If it looks like me and him are going to get ganked, I'm getting us the fuck out.
Yeah.
Not even a second thought.
All right. Well, with that, let's discuss.
Excellent.
You're all on the deck of the Crimson Scourge. You've been discussing how to get your friends here in. What is the plan?
So I would say I'm going to use a disguise kit, not to change my appearance totally, just to enhance my deathly look. And then I think a good idea would be for him to try and mimic that with Mask of Many Faces, because we know that these psychic vampires like me are here somewhere.
I disguise self to look like the college bro, but a zombie.
Oh, Jock?
Yeah. No.
I like how you started with
I think we should
No.
look akin to each other.
All right.
I think it would be better to fit in. So, would you like me to roll a check to see how well I disguise self, or don't know how that works? 'Cause
sorry.
I'm not doing a total disguise. I'm just kind of doing an enhancement.
I would say go ahead and use a deception check
Okay.
and take it at advantage because you're using tools. And on top of that, bitch, you're already dead.
Yeah. We're just trying to look a little bit more dead than alive.
Got about 3 hours of prep time, guys, as I'm
Okay.
driving everybody there.
20. Math.
That's a new loading noise.
25.
That's an error noise. That's what it was.
Yeah,
25.
usually it's the.
Buffering.
25, and just for the sake of the fact of how tightly my butthole is clenched at the idea of doing all of this,
Cheers to that, brother.
fuck, I only got a 1.
Tight like a tiger.
26.
26.
He's adding that number.
Yeah.
Not rolling a d20.
I'm still saving
I
my-
thought he used like heroic inspiration.
No, I still have one. But no, I was just using my psychic one. Just to try to buff that up. And I only got a 1.
I also rolled.
Okay.
I don't know for what, but there is a number on my dice for you.
Also,
I like it.
I'm.
You do not need to manually apply things. So, actually, that said, you're still going to be acting as if you are an undead being while you're down there. So go ahead and give me a deception or performance check, also at advantage because you have something to base it off of.
You want me?
So
to
this should be like in the 30s probably.
Do you want me to keep the first roll I made?
Yes.
Okay.
Pretty good.
The second was a 12. The first was a 14. And if I'm doing deception, that is a 23.
23. Wow. All right. Actually, less than I thought you were going to get. That's funny.
I don't have expertise in lying yet.
Yeah, persuasion.
My bad.
Persuasion is his, not
His bag there.
Persuasion and insight.
yes.
That's why I didn't roll insight on the librarian.
Why is
I
my
was like, I
deception
can
higher
tell
than
he's a
yours?
smug bastard.
I would.
Plus 9.
Oh, ours is the same, and I have expertise in it. Wonderful.
Yeah. It's that shiny rock, man. It does a lot of lifting for me.
It does. It does. Yeah, so.
Where did we get that?
Colby's going to take the backpack with.
It was early.
That might have been in Cloud's Keep.
Yes. Colby wants to take the backpack,
The rat pack.
the rat pack.
Can I borrow McGuire for
Use that
our
motherfucker.
shopping trip?
Who's Colby?
The overmind of Sail.
The elder brain.
Yeah.
Kind of weird, but yeah, I mean, McGuire.
Oh, that's just the name that me and him have
Alright.
between us.
Yeah.
Oh, is that the ship name?
Ever
it's the
since the
closet
closet. Yeah. No.
Ah, yes, we're putting Colby back.
My name will not be associated with closets.
He did come out of it.
McGuire. I don't know what kinds of things you're gonna overhear them saying, It might be very upsetting just to hear all the bickering all the time. So here you go. And I'm going to put little earmuffs on him.
So this.
Do they look like little ears?
Like, they're definitely pink.
Like, what if they're little slits that go over the ears?
God, this is when I wish we had people that did fan art. The idea of a bag of holding homunculus that has little earmuffs on is now being held out by your cat friend with their giant.
I just have the worst image in my head that Colby takes the legs and like stretches them out as straps.
And like backpack straps.
I'm not gonna lie. I had the thought when you were describing that and making it an emo, and then me trying to describe that, I assumed that 9 out of 10 people would just say, "No,
Yeah.
I'm good."
Remember when Patrick like vacuums up SpongeBob's grandma's cookies? That's what I picture for McGuire every single time. You're like,
I will take McGuire. I'll sling him over my shoulder so his face is right here, and then I'll grab his tail and put it in his mouth so he's like a sling pack.
Okay, Toji, are you gonna pull some weapons out of it?
You actually hear like a click as the tail goes in there.
Yep.
Oh, it's like a safety seatbelt.
it's a rat satchel.
I got my travel rat.
Now it won't beep at you if you go over 5 miles an hour.
I think the best way to try to handle this is just try to go through the front gate because we'll figure out really quick if this is gonna work or not.
Yeah, and if it doesn't, then we good.
I was thinking we just fly up far enough that they don't see us and drop.
But then we're just gonna slowly fall.
No, we do it at the last second.
Are we dropping Tomato Town?
Oh, it's got so much more stressful. V2 guys who just counter spells right before we hit the ground.
Dropping from 5,000 feet? Yeah, that would probably be death.
I really don't. I know. Cold.
Andrew decided to make the tree of wizards.
You just made me so much more stressed.
I have a stat block open for it already. Don't you
We're
worry.
going to be there so much longer if we have
And
to
it
walk.
loses to a fireball. What of it?
I know. It's
Resistant
just
fire.
the idea of if it just doesn't work, we're just dead.
Yeah, but I have enough diamonds to bring both of y'all back.
God. Okay. Now this is how it's gonna go. All right. This is gonna happen. We're gonna fall, and you're gonna try to like stop us like 50 feet above.
Yeah.
And if it don't fucking work, I'm gonna plane shift us because we're gonna be holding hands all the way down.
Wait, 50 feet? That'd be less than a round.
He'll prepare it.
Fuck it. Let's just go.
Fuck it, we
I
both.
can't.
Oh, wait. Are we there?
It's 3 hours, says the zombie Sail from the ship.
Vampire.
Looking very demure, Sail.
No, I want to see handsome. I want to see.
He looks very
vampire. Handsome vampire. So
Where did you learn this lingo?
Me?
Yeah.
Us.
You've learned way worse from us.
Where was it? There's this place called the Gore House.
Oh God, no.
Yep.
They've been tainted. We must destroy them.
They were very tainted when we got them.
Yeah, but then we brought them back. Oh, he knows what a taint is. No.
But hey, we're in nice company here. Let's not talk about that, you fucking ingrained. Where'd that come from? Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, that was valid. I think that's a good response, Fizzlefang. You should keep doing that. I'm gonna pat him on the back.
Fizzlefang, your respect from me just went up a couple notches.
Sail now looks like Sanguinius if he was mewing at all times.
Oh,
The 2024
at least it's not a Fulgrim.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Where are the skibbities in this town?
All right. Time out.
God damn it.
I don't want to play anymore.
Time out. Jeremy, time out.
I don't want to be back here.
Don't. All right.
Was he on camera when he did? Yes, he was.
All right. Somebody clip that. Jeremy in the closet.
Please stop.
All right. As we
I'm
arrive, Kex, could you mind link us?
Yeah. I will mind link all 4 of us, but when we're out of range, you guys will. I'll just do this very quietly the whole time. Just.
I have a plan.
And then you'll know when we're out of range.
I have a plan.
Oh,
Oh no.
All right. Are you still Enhance abilitying, freedom of movementing.
Yes. So,
Okay.
and
Do enhance ability right before we drop.
yes, because that is concentration. So I'm going to freedom of movement all of us,
Yep.
and that lasts for.
Or 4th level spell slots.
Oh, is it 1?
Yes. If you upcast, it's a 3rd level spell, right?
4th.
I can upcast.
If you upcast it, that'll put it on 2 people, I believe. But that would be going 5. Or that'd be never mind. I don't think we need the freedom of movement, Jeremy, personally.
Okay,
I don't-
that was just like an oh shit, like get out if you get ganked.
I don't think we need it.
Also, I'm shifting my idea. I'm keeping a 5th level because I need scrying, because that is a really good way to know what's going on with you guys.
Yeah, I would say don't use the freedom of movement. Save your spells for oh shit. But definitely use the enhance ability on Sayul.
Yes, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do invisibility on myself and hover a bit below the ship, just as a proxy to keep myself linked, so that if Alyssa's mind link breaks, is that something that we feel when it breaks?
Yes.
Okay,
You would know.
cool.
So you don't have to go.
You can, the way that it's worded and the way I've always interpreted it is you can always, when we link, you can feel each other's presences in your brain. And when it drops, it's like that. It's like the presence evaporates. So you could feel like a little bit of pressure, and then when it drops, it's gone.
Okay.
Oh, I need to roll for how long it's going to last.
Would you also mind to
Pray that it's
give
a couple hours.
Sayul or Kex guidance just in case anything happens on the way down? Sure.
Okay, we got 7 hours of mind link.
Nice.
Okay. I will.
Are we dropping at Hollow's Gate then?
I don't know. I was just getting something up for you guys to look
Okay,
at.
let's.
cool.
Yeah,
That's
I don't want to drop near the tree.
Hey, Andrew, where did you get that map from?
Jay-Z and Peku.
It's not on the stream.
I haven't transitioned it yet. I'm getting your
Would it be,
It's just for us stream.
would it be appropriate now, Andrew, for me?
No.
Okay.
Bye. See ya next stream, guys.
What are you asking?
So basically, what I'm with this trying to find merchants and stuff is I'm going to rely off of Thieves' Cant, or attempt to try and do that.
Okay.
Would it be appropriate now to make a history check to try and ascertain a good location to start?
Oh, I won't even make you roll a history check for it. This was like your job for
Yeah.
a while.
Okay.
You know that a lot of the underbelly happened in at least the material planes version of the Stone's Causeway.
Okay.
That's where a lot of the meetings happened. That and the Dead Bridge Chasm towards the bottom of it, things like that, and Midori Park.
Okay.
That's not to say that it couldn't be anywhere else.
So, okay. I think if we go in that area and just try and go and try to drop in the most unpopulated spot that we can. Just the most barren place that we can in that general area
Okay.
to risk not being spotted.
You somewhere barren or somewhere we could land with cover?
Either or, whatever you think is better. I'm worried about people seeing us while we're falling.
All right.
So,
I could also polymorph into something.
oh, how quickly do we fall again?
500.
500 feet around.
So that's
And cast invisibility on us before we go.
He's buffing me with enhance ability. He can concentrate on it.
That's it's
one or the other.
My bad. Never mind. That was my thought.
I do have one thing though.
If you want to can you upcast it to get it on 2 people?
I
If you cast it third,
only have one.
I'd say save it.
Yeah, save it.
I will disguise self to be the color of the sky while we fall.
The color of the sky, once again, being this like constant, slowly churning thundercloud with purple lightning kind of crackling through it. There's a rent in the sky opening up into an abyss of dark. Yes.
I have a spell refueling ring, which has up to 3rd level spell slots. Right?
It can store up to a 3rd level spell slot.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean it has a 3rd level spell slot in it.
Unless noted.
Does it come charged? Okay.
If you made it, no.
I think there's a spell storing ring and spell refueling ring that they operate differently. I think the refueling ring might just give you the spell slot back. I would double check it.
I'm gonna dump so much into you guys. Okay. You want to see my order of operations?
All right, dump in me, daddy. Like, what
You don't get it anymore.
That's fair. Okay, with not being the dumb.
Okay.
Same.
Number one. Number one. I death ward both of you.
Okay,
8 hours.
that's clutch.
That's pretty good.
Okay.
Good idea. All right.
And then
So,
I
yeah,
enhance
I'm gonna-
ability you, and then also I'm warding bonding you. Oh, it might break after. I have to double check that. I think it's within.
Don't warding bond. Death ward ×2. I'm gonna note everything down on here.
I'm marking the spell slots off right now.
Okay, so death ward. I'm just doing it for me and Colby. So death ward on both.
8
of
hours.
us. Enhance.
Ability on Colby. I'm gonna give him the. I believe it's
Cat's Grace.
Cat's Grace, which is advantage or a plus
Advantage
D4.
for
Colby.
dexterity.
All right. So enhanced ability on Colby. Death ward on both of us.
Yes, and then I was gonna do.
So you guys could just jump. No, don't worry about the feather fall.
No,
I've done that before.
Thanks, Six. Whee!
I don't need to be walking around here with 1 HP.
Just been weeks fixing my armor.
Okay, so death ward on both of us. Enhanced ability on Colby.
I still don't regret it.
And the other
anti-U armor. No more 20s.
that is what I was gonna do.
I
Yeah,
think
because that's 2 4th level spells.
I think that's good. I think that's good. Okay. And then Alyssa's going to cast guidance on me right before I drop, just in case. Yes, no, maybe so.
While wearing this ring, the creature can recover one expended spell slot as an action.
Yeah.
The recovered slot can be a third or lower.
Yep.
There you go.
So I could give it to Styx, who could use it to cast, but I can't use it to upcast.
Yeah.
Cat's Grace is advantage on dexterity checks, which I assume is also stealth
Yes.
and sleight of hand.
Yes.
Augie's. And your stealth and sleight of hand is already pretty decent.
I think this is about as good as you guys can help us, and we're just going to have to
+6
hope.
for stealth.
All right.
We
Ready?
got this.
Okay.
Well, that's a great last memory. See you guys later.
When we shield bump, it has like a little song that plays.
Oh, do I still have the shield?
I would assume that you had
Did
the.
you get rid of the shield
No,
I
I
made
thought I
you?
gave it back to you. You didn't give me the retractable one yet.
I think I did.
You didn't make that yet. You just gave me a shield.
Oh, right.
So yours does the
I'll
thing,
still
but his
win.
doesn't.
I'll still have the shield though, just because.
Yeah, for the AC bump.
Yeah. But yeah.
A little
okay.
buckler.
Buckler. Yeah, a little buckler.
Buckler.
All right.
Buckler.
You ready?
Alfred.
Just about, yeah.
All right.
So I bring us in at about 4,000 feet up.
Okay.
Do we appear to have attracted any unfavorable attention having done so?
Where?
Yes.
No, I mean like where are you bringing in 4,000 feet up?
He
I just
understands
through
the
the
question.
I just threw that up, throw it up there.
Around the Stones Causeway.
Yeah.
Remember, Stone's Causeway is underground.
Around the entrance to the Stones Causeway.
All right, so that'd be the Dead Bridge Chasm.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah.
All right.
So
Off in the distance, you do see, presiding over the entire city, being the Hangman's Tree, the antithesis to Vitu-Ghazi. As you enter in the city limits, the tree starts to move and shake. And while it has quite a hefty range with its ability to throw corpses, they cannot make it to you. So it's almost as if the boughs of the tree have squared up with the Crimson Scourge, but it cannot do anything from its current
So
location.
there is something sensory about it that can detect something large coming in.
I'd like to scan to see if there's any motion as the tree seems to recognize our presence, like elsewhere in the city.
Sure, go and give me a perception check.
Nat? What?
Yep.
What?
Yep.
Nat what?
1.
Yeah.
Still with your modifiers.
My passive.
9. Yeah.
9. All right, what's your passive?
23.
23. Okay,
Okay.
fine. This is exactly how this is supposed to work, so you're good.
I wasn't sure if it was it's so far away, I'm going to have you roll and not take your passive.
When I feel the snake.
No,
bite into my-
it's more that your passive perception will not get you as detailed information.
Okay.
So that's all. Are there things moving within the city? 100%. And as the tree begins to move and shake, even more things start to, like, not quite the size of gloam wings, but these kind of shadowy drake-like figures start to pick up from the boughs of the tree themselves and start to meander around the city. Though you're not quite sure if they've clocked you in particular. That said, one thing you have clocked is that there is something fairly large. You can't quite get a good look at it, but every once in a while, its head crests over the roofs of the city. It is something tall and dark.
Nightwalker.
I was gonna ask if it was giving Nightwalker vibes, but
You can make any assumption you'd like to.
all right.
I assume it's probably a friend.
If not friend, then why friendship?
Yeah, it's friend shaped.
Fizzlefang,
Still don't.
if something starts approaching, haul ass out of here.
Shoot it and leave.
No shooting.
Shoot as a last resort.
Shoot outside of the city. All right, I am giving temporary captainship to Alyssa.
Shoot it and leave.
She would be the better one for mechanical stuff on a ship, Sticks.
And you, I believe, are going to be partially off the ship to maintain.
Correct. I did also have them shoot. What's her name?
Yeah, I wasn't going to bring it up, but that was a major part of the logic.
Okay. To be fair, I just said shoot these or shoot the.
You told us to shoot the Boros, and that was the biggest Boros we could see at the time.
And to be fair, she is scary. Didn't realize she was on our side.
She's a nice lady.
Very nice lady.
We were told not to talk to her, so.
That is.
Don't.
Yeah.
Ever.
You'll tell her that you shot her, and she will be upset.
What if we...
Just
next,
stop.
later.
Just stop.
We'll make her a nice weapon. We'll figure out what she uses.
Before they jump, can I like fly below the ship?
We're not jumping. We're Kratos falling off. Hold me now.
Sayo walks up to the edge and does a little hop and just A poses and finish.
I want to fly like
An eagle.
below the ship
see.
enough and within an earshot of being able to be heard from yelling below. And I want to see if there's any additional shift to what is happening with Vichugazi or sorry, the Hangman's Tree or Shadow's Row.
You're essentially asking to make your own separate perception check.
Correct. I want to fly below and see if there's any shift.
I will allow it. Just know the DC for
High.
things that are important has gone up since you were trying to basically double check your friend's work.
Well, this isn't me checking him. This is checking my position.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're still
You're still looking in the same general area.
for the
though.
same things.
That's correct. 16.
16. While Sail looked kind of into the city limits themselves further away, you, taking a moment, fly down underneath the Crimson Scourge and look down, and you see there is just a mass
Right
of
below us.
blue bodies moving. Souls marching in and out of apparent business places. You guys know that on the material plane side, this is a place of commerce.
Does it seem like normal hustle and bustle? Like people walking about, going and doing chores, getting groceries, supplies? Or does it seem...
That's a little bit more specific than you can really tell up here. But it does not seem violent. It doesn't seem like they're fighting with one another.
They're not like
Seems
congregating
normal
directly.
for what would be normal here.
Yeah.
They're not congregating directly under the ship.
No. And in fact, a lot of them seem oblivious to the fact that you're above them at all.
Cool. Okay.
So last time, my D&D Beyond was not allowing me to add notes. What was the name of Leona's dad again? Is that like
Gary.
Gary? Yeah, that checks out.
Gary the Garroter.
Gary the Garroter. I will try to disguise self to look like Gary when he was more lucid. Can I do that?
Sure.
The glowy blue, like, do I look
Oh,
pretty damn
100%.
passable?
Yeah, you can do that.
Nice.
Okay, I could be escorting a soul around and
Yeah. I could be particularly sentient. And,
okay. You could be a troublesome soul or something that needs to be put to work or something like that.
To be fair, Gary, when he became more like material, he was more lucid
yeah.
in himself. Or not lucid, but
All right.
Yeah.
All right, I'm with it.
I like it.
I'm just saying we got to back up.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, it's bioluminescent algae.
Don't worry. Nothing you do is going to make me feel any better about this.
Yeah, that's fair.
We're just sending it, and I feel a little bit better because of the death ward. That's the only thing that has been done that has made me be like, okay, all right.
I need to start utilizing that more. That shit is busted.
Nope.
It's the only reason we have Hilda now.
Yeah.
Oh.
Right.
I was like, I didn't death ward
You ready?
Hilda. Whoa.
You ready to airdrop?
Yes.
All right.
We'll go to the back. I'll take Kex's hands.
I'm not giving you both.
Get both. Come on.
I just throw Sail off instead.
Whee! You have to go too, Kex.
I know. Fuck.
As the two of you plunge down towards the city streets themselves.
So much.
You fall quickly. You can feel the gravity starting to push you, and almost like you're falling a little faster than you should. The pressure in this area seeming to pick up, almost like they're trying to pull you down to the ground. As you rocket down, the city getting closer and closer and closer to you.
I'm gonna do it at 100 feet.
100? Okay.
How long does that take to fall from 100?
How long does it take to cast?
A reaction.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a...
Okay, as long as it's that quick.
Hey, Sticks.
It's Featherfall.
Wouldn't it be so funny if we just used the coin right now?
Alyssa, I love a good...
The coin.
I love a good joke. I do love a good joke. This is probably the best one I've heard in a while.
I can hear you.
That's what makes it funny.
Take me to my mom.
Bye, guys. Hope you find your dad or whatever you were doing. I've forgotten.
Everything that you wanted us to do. We are not here because I want to be here.
Finally, now we can be the... We got rid of the high rollers.
That's bad.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Yeah, good luck.
Time to go find me.
Have fun,
All right, can we like flip sides of the table just for like a little bit, please?
No.
We're gonna have some role play moments where we roll. You guys are gonna do, less important things when you roll. I'm kidding. I'm sorry. It was a good meme.
You make me really feel like I shouldn't roll well anymore, Jeremy. Would you like that to stop?
I just wanted to
Yes.
even out. I just wanted
I
to
could just
even out.
start giving myself a -5 penalty on everything if you'd like.
Don't give
Sounds
Andrew
fair to me.
ideas. Andrew's like, I was already thinking about that.
All right.
Maximus.
Maximus.
What did Maximus do?
You're not allowed to bitch about good rolls.
What was the thing?
Maximus was my first D&D character.
And
I rolled for stats in front of everybody.
And you roll
you didn't get lower than like an 11, did you?
13.
I didn't get lower than a 13.
on everything.
That's when you re-roll, you
That's
bastard.
so busted.
It was my first time playing D&D. I was like, everyone around me was just like, wow, that's really good. And I was like, oh, is it? Sweet, that's cool.
Imagine having
And nobody made a big deal about it until we're playing the game, and I'm like, why is my stealth in plate armor better than the rogues?
You were better at doing everything that anybody else was doing.
Yeah. This is why we do point buy, because of Maximus.
Yep. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
DMs out there, don't let your players roll. Because they're either going to be trash or OP. That's it. That's all.
Imagine if we had just 8s across the board.
8s? I heard
That's
something
campaign,
way
that's what we're
different.
starting with.
I heard something way different.
All right. As you guys plunge down to the city, you wait until about 100 feet and pull the cord. Can you tell me really quick what school of magic is Featherfall?
What?
Transmutation.
Andrew stated multiple times that magic does not work necessarily the same here.
We're not evoking anything or conjuring anything, and it is not necromancy.
Okay, that's fine.
Kind of pog here.
The force pulling you down to the ground lessens considerably as you stop and glide down to the ground. As you get closer, some of the more corporeal forms do look up at you in confusion.
I'll pretend I will take his hand from like my hand and I'll put it like on the back of my collar and I'll start like looking,
Writhing a little bit.
yeah, looking like I'm fighting as a soul form.
Okay.
I'm just a vampire that flies.
It's Spatterback, guys. Oh no.
There would probably be stranger sights. This would probably be one that like, that's weird, but it's not like impossible.
You see the square below you filters out for a little bit, leaving you room to land.
If we could aim for a less crowded place,
That's what I was
probably.
looking for, yeah.
Are we heading to a big open square or are there any roads or alleyways?
Like an alley or something.
That we could aim for, alternatively.
You guys are giving me mixed information on what you want to do. First, you're like, we want to land towards Vitugazi. Then there was no Vitugazi. Then it was, we want to land somewhere quiet and safe. And then it was, we want to land where the entrance to
I never said Vitugazi.
Stone's Causeway.
I said I wanted to go somewhere close to a marketplace and
Exactly.
The
And
question with
Marketplace.
Vitugazi was Hollow's Gate, I think. That
Yes,
was
correct.
yeah.
So
we're just
when you jumped off, you're saying close to the Stone's Causeway entrance. That's where I'm putting you.
okay. That's cool. If there's an alley we can careen ourselves into, cool. If there isn't, there isn't.
I do not believe you can dictate moving once Featherfall is taken effect. So I will say you're going to land in the outskirts of a plaza.
That's fine.
Okay.
So
We rock it down.
You're gonna do the hero's landing?
I'm gonna land kind of like on my side, like
Slumped.
just to try to make it look like I'm not necessarily willing to go, but this guy has the power to drag me somewhere.
sure.
As a pretty present spirit.
You see, as you land down, you are very much trying to act as if you are more corporeal. Some of these souls just
Dip the fuck out.
they just vanish.
Yeah. Like, I don't want no part of this. All right.
This is reminding me of like Hades.
All right. So are we on the ground?
100%.
Okay. And a lot of people dipped. Is anybody giving us any special attention?
Very much so.
Okay. I'm just gonna start going in the. I'm not gonna pay them any mind. I'm going to act like I know what I'm doing. I'm on business. These souls around me are not even worth my eye attention.
My eye attention. All right, cool. Can you go give me an intimidation check at advantage, please?
Sure. You can do that.
Also, I would like to check the mind link.
I know of no sneaky way to give you inspiration otherwise.
It's okay. It's all right.
I'm not gonna look at you like, you got this. While you're
Brilliant
dragging me
blue
away.
magic coming out of your body.
You should have-
19.
18.
What was it?
I was gonna say you should have guidance still.
Oh,
1 minute.
sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
30-20.
Dirty 20. Okay.
Yeah, what's with the ones on the D4?
So as you boom, you land
Yeah,
in
I
the
don't
city. Land in the city as you basically stand up, holding Sail as they are like writhing, trying to act as if they were getting away from you. These spirits vanish from your view entirely, as well as some others slinking around you. What does it look like as you basically bare your fangs to this crowd and get them to move?
Very much like a wide eye, like, why are you even fucking looking at me? You have better things to do.
I like this a lot. Okay. You see as you widen your eyes at them, you see a few of them as they move through walls to get away from you and give you space. The amount of space that you're given, being an easy 10 feet when you landed, has now grown to 15.
Okay.
As people are just getting out of your way, almost as if it is by nature.
Okay. Cool.
Where would you like to go?
Okay, so Stone's Causeway.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna try and start making our way that way.
All right. As a reminder, there's two ways to get down into the Dead Bridge Chasm itself. There's the long walkway down from the actual bridge of the chasm itself. You have this big old platform up top and has a spiral staircase all the way down. It's very, very long. As well as there's an elevator
Okay.
that seems to be congested with various different kinds of folk.
We're in like mental talk.
Okay.
Walkway or elevator. Elevator's quicker, but we are in close proximity to people for an extended period of time. Walkway, we can kind of dictate our own pace a little bit better, but it will take longer.
If you're acting like you're hot shit and you got somewhere to be and you're making people get out the way, then the elevator.
Okay.
DM man, can we still hear them?
For now.
Okay. So elevator then.
All right.
I'm going to just kind of keep up my very, like, get the fuck out of my way.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also want to keep, like, I want us both to be keeping an eye out, like, how the general hustle and bustle looks down here.
Well, you very much disrupted this general hustle and
Yeah,
bustle.
right. But, like, I'm like keeping my eye out, like, are there still street vendors? Are there regular vendors? Is there still like regular kind of commerce happening?
It appears so, but you're not quite sure what they're trading.
Right. I want to get the idea of like, is this still functioning like a regular city would? It's just twisted. That's what I'm trying to ascertain, because that
People
will
trading, eating.
that will dictate how I act.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
So as you start to move from this little plaza, marching on through it, taking a look around, it's not even worth a check, really. You see there are very much still stands, there are businesses, things like that, and you are not the only corporeal forms here.
Good.
There are people walking through that are even much like you, hustling and bustling around, not with souls in tow, but instead with like undead behemoths. You guys are very close to Midori Park, which on the material side is where all the undead roam. That stands to be the same here.
As we get into the elevator, I don't want to change my body language, but I want to kind of slowly be changing it from like I'm dragging him around to he's basically like my assistant.
I would like. So, I was going to say, as we're starting to head towards the elevator, I would like to scan for hidden alcoves and small alleyways that look unobserved and easy to kind of dip in and out of.
If you'd like. No, I'm saying
It just
not even worth a check.
okay.
They are there.
All right. If we go over there, I might be able to look like you, and because now they're going to be looking for you dragging somebody that looks like me, not two of us looking like you.
That might be a good idea. If there's an alleyway that we can find that we can duck into and kind of pop out on the other end of the market, I think that'd be a good idea. So that way we're not being witnessed by the same crowd and they're like, where'd my spirit? Where'd that soul go?
Right.
Okay. That's what we'll aim for then.
Like to do a quick switcheroo of the disguise as we go in and out of an alleyway. So I just come out looking like another general corporeal resident of the city.
All right. You got it.
First the closet, then the alley. Damn.
Sometimes you got to head to the back alley, man.
Right.
So you take a moment dipping into one of these, changing your disguises as you walk out to the other end, essentially, and continue your way over to the elevator. You see there is a what appears to be like a gray-skinned halfling man who has tattoos all over his body. He's been shaved. He seems to be completely hairless, as it were, with a mask going around his head. He has what is basically an ogre on a chain. As he's walking them through, the ogre has two incense burners around their neck, kind of dipping down like lapels. Or vestments, actually, would be a bit more
Are they
appropriate.
lit?
Incense burner, you say?
Yeah.
They are lit.
If only we had a way to collect 1,000 gold worth of incense.
I'm not attacking a random guy on the street.
This is a religious thing.
So the halfling appears to be leading the ogre that has the incense.
The ogre has is obviously undead, as there are no eyes in the sockets. It is basically shuffling along. though whatever it is burning in these incense makes the blue and corporeal spirits give them breath as they walk by.
I'm definitely paying attention to my passive thought reading, just as we're walking by for anything of interest, of surface level thought. I'm definitely just keeping that at the forefront of just trying to get more information and everything.
All of these blue spirited dead trigger.
Oh.
So as you open up your mind to it, it is a cavalcade of sounds. It is very hard for you to distinguish person to person.
Okay. So, a lot of information.
I will mentally. Should we ask him where we could get incense from?
I think we should try to make our way down to a marketplace first. I don't think we should walk up to that guy.
For walking the same direction.
We're giving off the appearance that we know what we're doing.
Okay.
If we start asking too many questions, people are going to start asking questions about us.
All right.
Just so I don't keep asking. One, is Kex the hub for... It's
Yes.
not like daisy chain, so like if I'm...
Once he is out of range, you two lose mental communication.
So what if I'm below Alyssa and Alyssa loses range?
No.
Oh, it's...
If Alyssa loses range with Kex, you also lose Alyssa.
Okay.
Yep.
Heard.
Yep. Whoever's in the group, if I am out of range of one of them, you are out of range. You cannot communicate with them mentally either.
Okay. So I want to be... What is an earshot from below the ship?
It depends on your definition of earshot.
Me yelling up.
Like, yelling could be, in this case, 1,000 feet.
Damn.
If you're, like, screaming.
If you're probably just below the ship, she could hear you.
Actually, I would say probably 300, now that I think about it, because most spells that deal with, like, thunder damage, they dictate 300 feet.
Can I be like...
It's audible, 300 feet.
150 below the ship? And then could you let us know if we break Link? Like,
You're very quickly going to here in a moment.
Yeah.
Once they take the elevator down,
It doesn't
that's
matter
going to be the
how
extra
much,
distance.
yeah, it doesn't matter how much further you are below the ship or not. Once I take the elevator, we're going to be out of range.
so you guys mentioned an elevator?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
In our heads, you guys are going down further?
Yep.
Okay. Give me a timeline for when I message or scry on you.
3 hours.
3 hours.
Message first.
Message first. If no response,
If it does not connect.
scry.
Yeah.
Heard.
And maybe just head outside the city now
Yeah.
so you're not attracting any attention
I think that's safe.
and wait for us up north where
You guys sitting over the city is not going to help us at all because we can't get back up to
Okay,
you the other way.
we'll take it out. We can take it from here. I have Fizzlefang, and he knows to shoot anybody who comes too close.
the shooting is at your discretion.
Yeah, just I have one word of advice. Very important. Don't lose the game. Then we're just gonna sail off and probably lose connection.
Okay.
At this point in time, there's a
Thunder. Lightning.
thunder, no rain.
Those are my favorite kind of thunderstorms, though.
The rumblings.
As out in the distance, you see, very similar to on the material side that you were just dealing with, a storm cloud moving in.
Where's it moving in from?
It's moving in from the east,
Yep.
or moving in from the west, making its way east.
Yep.
So
From the direction
you were
of
heading north.
from the direction of the Enduin Empire.
When I look at it, does it look like a normal?
No.
Okay. Does it look like the thing that was above Guild's Row?
Not exactly.
Oh.
They do not appear to be the exact same entity, though. Form and function may be similar.
Okay, and we're heading away from it.
You are heading
Perpendicular.
perpendicular, so it's moving in this way. You are going this way.
It's going to T-bone us.
You guys are kind of going.
Okay, so we're getting out of the way.
But it's heading towards Shadow Row.
Appears to me.
I guess as we're getting the ship ready and I'm heading up to the ship, we make mention of it. Hey, guys, I don't know if you can see that, but Seems to be a big old storm cloud heading towards your location.
Yep.
Do we call it or we keep looking for incense?
What do you think?
I didn't want to be here in the first place, and I still don't.
Fail. For incense, I would say that this isn't worth it. For other stuff, possibly it could be, but
I don't want to be here this long.
do we call it?
It's got some time before it's going to hit.
No, we
God
got
knows
time.
right.
We got time. We got
All right.
time.
We're gonna try to expedite this trip as much as possible. We might not look for
Above
everything.
Table. This was the unnamed gods' forces meeting up at the fucking library. That's all I was trying to.
Yeah.
Oh, they're that far out of the city?
Yeah.
Yeah, he said they were on their way
Okay.
to talk.
Okay.
Yeah.
This was last session that I think we like really dove into that. So
I thought
Yes.
what you're describing was they were about to
They
reach
were
the city.
They were thinking it's the.
You extend it out. Go and give me a perception check at advantage.
Roll it.
No.
No.
What?
You don't get to demand.
I'm not some thing that you can just use.
Let's go.
whenever you want.
Let's go, Dice Monkey.
That's how we make the luck run out.
Oh, okay. Above 10. That's a story.
You know, maybe it keeps happening because you keep manifesting that you guys have bad luck.
No, bro, we're manifesting the opposite. It just keeps happening.
So it's investigation.
Perception.
Okay, 15.
How's
You could have had Stonks do it.
How was I supposed to know that I was in perception instead of investigation?
That's what I said.
He said that that's how it's always
Yeah, but
worked.
if he tells me what the role is going to be, then I'm like, hold on, my character's not optimized for that.
I'll, just, not to argue, but okay.
Yeah. 15 is plenty to get some details out of this. For the record. As you look across the storm that you guys felt coming in on the material plane, that happened at the normal ceiling of the world, essentially, where most clouds hang and hover. This one is much lower. It almost looks like it is a dust storm making its way through. While the walls of this dust storm are very high and they start to even mingle in with the actual clouds up above, whatever this entity is not in the skies itself. Though, as the lightning starts to crackle and thunder, you do see a shadow of something very large and somewhat humanoid shaped in the clouds. It seems to be hovering off the ground itself, and every time there's a crackle of lightning, it seems to be the epicenter. If you had to guess, it's probably 20 feet tall and very physically well built. Though it is vaguely humanoid.
Vaguely. And
They'll be like
we descend.
those are not.
We all dip.
And I guess we head north to the
Yeah, go where we're supposed to
meeting
be.
spot.
Yeah.
You got it. So, as you guys pull off, you see Fizzlefang whispering to a couple of his compatriots. You see Star Smasher and one of the other Colmolds kind of like checking guns, making sure everything's operational and correct as they are just pointing it at the storm itself.
Also, does the museum cannon have a charge now? I think it's been a day.
Since you last fired it.
Yeah, since we landed, I had enough for a long rest.
It's been at least.
I'll say yes.
It's been at least 12 hours of time.
You wanna?
So it's probably the next day.
Shoot
but
it just cause, yeah. No, I'm just kidding. I just pulled it.
every time. Every time we separate.
I would say yes, it is charged.
Cool.
Burn the tree down.
I'm gonna tell, basically I would have asked Fizzlefang and Star Smasher and Alyssa if it was ready. They all kind of say yeah, and I'm like, Okay, so do we fire it at the fucking big motherfucker over there?
That sounds like a good idea to me.
Okay, well, no, but we leave, and that's last case. You want to fight him?
Yeah,
Hand to hand?
I'll fight you right now.
We all know how that worked out last time.
He's stronger now.
Which one?
His strength.
Which one? Okay, I'm gonna take the ASI next level in strength. Fuck you guys. All right.
You gotta multi-class into fighter. Next level. Barbarian.
Monk.
Cleric, monk, go burr.
That would go burr. That'd go burr pretty good. All right.
Down we
So,
go.
as you two climb onto the elevator itself, it is this fairly large platform, and you're not the only ones here. You see, as there are a few different, some undead, some possibly, you're not quite sure. Stepping on with you, the one that you clocked earlier, the halfling with the ogre, steps on too, and kind of looks at you and she goes like, "Oh no, wait, you changed your disguise. Never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind."
Yep. It's two vampiric dudes.
I will imperiously pull out my recipe booklet and just flip through it, put it back.
Checking notes and stuff. Sitting with my arms behind my back. Just
Fucking prima donnas.
Excuse me.
No.
I'm just gonna look at you.
I just stare at him until he looks away. If he does the nothing.
He looks away, looks back up, looks down, looks back up.
Does he mew a little bit?
I'm still.
I don't even know what that means.
No, you stop. You stop.
The giant skeleton that mans this post, you hear or see it look over all of you, kind of these green ember eyes looking at you, and just goes through checking with everybody, and then
Surprisingly safe down here.
after a few moments,
And
you
that's
guys meet the bottom.
connection's gone.
At this point in time, the connection would be gone.
Excellent.
Hey,
We're
Sticks, I
moving.
have something really important.
Well, they're dead, Alyssa. Time to go find your mom. By the way,
So is it
how
back?
about while we're heading over there, can you tell me more about your mom?
Yeah. So
Just like stories. Kind of like you were asking Colby about like the broken wings. I was just asking about like, you know, if we're gonna go and find her.
So I'm gonna start off by like kind of just being like, so when I was a little kid, and then it like kind of like fades out.
And then yeah, it fades out the ship out into the
how I met
clouds.
your mother.
Oh no.
You know what? I bet they're back up there having story time.
We are.
Just doing the important stuff like usual, so you'll...
All right. As you get down there, you guys know the way down to the Stones Causeway. It's a bit of a walk. It'll probably take you about 45 minutes on foot. And as you're walking down there, there is a litany of different people that move on through. You see more gray-skinned halflings, Dorgar, Shadar Kai even moving in and out of these spaces. And as you pass through, you do see one of the Mind Drinker vampires, and they clock you.
Oh.
You feel a force press against your psyche as they are staring at you.
I'm just gonna keep walking. Minding our-
Carr, respond to me when I speak to you.
My apologies.
How dare you just walk away from me?
A bit distracted at the moment. I apologize.
I do not recognize you two.
My name is Lucian.
Lucian. And what is your name?
I made my disguise self look like I had my tongue cut out. I didn't want to try to talk to... Oh, wait, no. I talked to that guy on the elevator.
Yeah, no, you didn't.
Yeah, nice try.
I don't want to say words to anybody.
Make it Lucy.
No.
Festus.
Fuck you.
Lucian and Festus. And what business do you have here, Lucian and Festus?
Gathering some supplies for a expedition scouting mission.
Where to?
See, I'm gonna try and recall some information really fast.
What are you trying to recall?
The 4 pillars. There's fire, earth, air, and water. We have seen that they are working with fire and that they are working with earth. So I am going to say that we are trying to gather information on the surrounding area for the water pillar.
What?
Yeah, and he looks confused.
Huh?
The water pillar. What does that have to do with anything?
It's
I'll act like I'm somewhat slow. We seek... we are bringing components to the... what is the...
When is the last time you've had blood?
Many moons.
it's been a bit.
They hand you a flask.
Well, you have been complaining about being parched for quite a bit.
A 20 on deception to look like I desperately drink from this flask.
Okay. Versus their insight, which they rolled poorly on, for the record. You partake from the flask. I hate to get into semantics on something like this, because you have sold him that you've drank some. What are you doing with the extra amount?
I'll drink.
Because nothing is actually leaving.
I'll drink the rest.
Here, so you can think again.
Jackson's gonna get fucking...
We seek components.
I down it.
It's very high grade for this has been wine that was cut with blood. It is very, very well made.
I'll smack my lips. We seek components for the rituals being conducted on. They are attempting to affect Tyranric here.
Was that
Our masters.
dragonborn blood?
No. Good question. It was lizard folk. You had that correct.
Oh, that was really close. It has a certain sweetness, but the aroma that was coming from it kind of
Mentally.
I think I'm fucking weird for pitting milk in my wine.
I just haven't had anything exquisite. It's been mostly
You got it.
disgusting.
Right. The swindle of the masses, he says as he looks over, like the other people walking through, is not as nearly as delectable as fawn fresh.
It has been a while since I've had something this exquisite. Thank you.
Incredibly fine. Thank you.
Whom do you work for? I'm unaware of any operations going on in Tyranric here.
One of the lower lieutenants of Matron Capus. Loaned contingent to her in her preparations.
There's an eyebrow raise. Please make me a deception check.
23.
Understood. She has helped us much with the father's work, so.
If you have any convenient locations from which we could gather some incense with some haste. They have been withholding rations to ensure we are quick about it.
That will not do. We cannot have you desiccated and underperforming when the father's time comes. Don't worry, you will be amongst the first to seek your retribution against them.
Before we leave the city again, though, is there any way that I can get a flask?
You see, he smiles at that and he goes, it costs a pretty penny to get the farm grown, but yeah. Come with me. As he will actually stick an arm out.
Sure.
Do I sense any disingenuousness?
Go and make an insight check.
All right, passive is 23. I rolled a 2.
He's very hard to read.
Okay.
God fent for the first time.
This is probably the best blood that I've ever tasted, other than that half dragon
Maybe.
Oh yeah.
that I drank from.
Oh, getting the Crimson Scourge.
Yeah, I eviscerated that thing. I still dream about that blood.
He sticks his arm out and goes, it's funny that your name is Lucius. Or did you say Lucian?
Lucian.
Lucian. My name's actually Lucius.
Lucius. Very nice. How long have you been, as you are?
It's very rude to ask a vampire's age.
But it has been so long since I have had kin to discuss with, aside from my,
Brother, you two look sired at the same time?
yes.
It was a similar time.
It is, we are basically have served 2 lifetimes together now, so it gets quite dull sometimes, and some new conversation is nice, and sometimes I forget my manners.
Oh, man. You see, as you let out a haughty sigh, he looks over at you. And there's a brief moment of, like, what do you call it? Sympathy. Understanding that kind of washes over him. He goes, looks over at you and he goes, oh, I was sired right before the father's fall. So,
Oh, wow.
we left for here, so
You must have many tales to tell.
I wish I could tell more, actually. We've been stuck here in the Shadowfell for quite some time. I've made it to the material plane on occasion. But normally just to secure things for the farm and...
How was the last excursion? Anything, noteworthy? Anything that was, quite scrumptious?
Well, there was a smaller halfling man that I had.
They typically can brew some very fine concoctions, so
They're very sweet.
yes. Sometimes it's a mixed bag. Depends on how good they are at feeding themselves.
Correct. It was quite the time, and then there was a little bit of an incident that we had with, actually. No, you made sure to disguise yourself. You look different.
Yeah.
You look different completely. Yes, there was a bit of an inn fiasco. It fell down and around us. Sorry. And as he does a deep bow, Inquisitor L, at your service.
Inquisitor L.
I will do an equally, if not more so, deferential bow in return. Ah, Inquisitor.
It is a very warming sight, if you understand my meaning, to be greeted with someone of such high standing.
Well, that is one of the reasons that I lurk in the areas that I do. I know that there are plenty of newcomers coming in and out. You know, we had a skyship above us
Really?
just yesterday. Yes.
Interesting. You have any idea what they were doing here?
Oh, there were some gloam wings chasing after them. I'm assuming they may have something. I'm not quite sure what Cabus's contingent is doing, and maybe you lot can actually enlighten me, since you seem to be working with them. You're all working supplies. Were you on the skyship? No, you couldn't have been on the skyship, correct?
No, not at all.
Right. Well, how did you make it to our fine city?
Oh, we were transported towards the outskirts. Unfortunately, we did not get the privilege to be dropped right in the city. We kind of had to make our way in. So one of the reasons why we are so famished is we did not get to stop off where we prefer immediately.
Matrons have a network of sigils connected to one another that the father may be interested in being aware of when they're returned.
We both know that they have their own agendas, I'm sure, and it's a working relationship as of now.
An enemy of my enemy is my friend. Until they become delicious and I can bleed them red.
I have always... The thought has crossed my mind, but I imagine it wouldn't taste that great.
Well, may I? As he extends a hand out. Just the dust off your cloaks.
Oh,
As he will actually cast prestidigitation. There's like a brief gust as the dust actually leaves your clothing.
Thank you.
Right. Well,
I ping the alarm bell in my head. He knows I am illusioned.
Yep.
well, what supplies did you say you need? Obviously, we need to get you some wine. We need to get you some food and rations, of course. Incense, is there anything else? We do have quite the commodity. And while you guys have been talking, he's been escorting you down.
Yep.
Further into the Stone's Causeway.
Specifically incense.
Incense, I'm probably not going to mention...
If he brings us somewhere, mentally, if he brings us somewhere that we can get incense, we get the incense and we leave immediately. He knows I am disguised.
Yeah. Oh, I caught it. Yeah, and just the incense, honestly. I'm not going to ask about anything else because I feel like that could be problematic.
Just incense. Wow, quite a trip for...
Hefty amount. There's a lot of corpse amalgamations that need to be brought to heal. Sensors.
Understood. Yeah. We'll go to Agatha's.
Does that name ring a bell at all for anything? Probably not.
No, not so much.
No associative to losses.
Not that you can really think of.
Okay.
As you meander on down, seeing the kind of flipped side. It is oddly concerning because there is not that much different down here other than the people.
One thing I'd like to ask, did I notice a weapon on him at all?
Yes.
Okay.
He has a very large sword.
Okay. Does he seem familiar?
To you? Now that he's brought it up as Inquisitor L, very much so. You have been face to face with
He's
this
the
man.
fucking wizard, isn't he?
No, he's the guy that attacked me at the start of when we entered the tavern.
Yeah, he's from his mom's tavern.
Yes.
That guy who was sitting on her bed. That's him. The one that got away.
Oh, the big bad.
The one that got away.
Fuck.
Yep.
Oh my god. Kill him. Eviscerate him.
Thinking about it.
Especially after I realize he can see I am at least partially illusioned. I am constantly checking his behavior for if he is genuinely leading us to an incense store or if he is trying to lead us somewhere less wholesome.
Yep.
Sure.
Because
The dungeon.
yep, we know the Stones Causeway decent enough to have some semblance of an idea of like, yeah, we're heading to a store of, no, we're heading to a different place.
All right. As you guys continue on, further into the Stones Causeway itself, you meet what you guys know as the Underlake, or the Undersea. There are multiple ships actually docked here currently.
Oh.
All seem to have like skeletal crews. The ships themselves seem to be in tatters. They should not be floating, yet they do anyways. The waters seem very oddly still. Considering, there should be a river inlet actually pushing into here. You hear no roar of the river. You see no push and pull of the tide. It is just a glassy surface. Even when ships slide across it, there's a brief ripple where they are, but it does not extend further than that. There are, instead of Medusa down here, it seems as though it is a veritable warren for vampires, as your disguises seem to fit right in. Moving through the city itself, you see there are quite a few people giving differential bows to Inquisitor L and giving the two of you kind of inquisitive looks. Every once in a while, you will feel a probe. Just a questioning one. It's almost an emotion. And eventually, Inquisitor just, has nobody taught you your manners? You do not say hello.
No. Unfortunately, I was sired and kind of thrust out. My brother here is kind of the only kin that I'm around.
Oh, similar times, but not at the same time?
No.
That explains quite a bit, as you responded not at all to my probings.
Unfortunately,
He's still getting his legs underneath him. It's been a bit of an adjustment.
I act as though somewhat of a sore spot. I have learned other talents to make up somewhat.
I have kind of been his only teacher so far.
And he hasn't even been taught manners.
Now I know that I need to read.
It explains why you were sent out on the contingent party with the matrons. No offense, of course.
None taken. I understand that there is a hierarchy at work, and we all have a part to play.
Will we be
Good boy.
will we be reaching the merchant soon?
Yes, it is just down this way. As he's walking down the wharf road, and there's a small turnoff. I know that you've been saying that you're trying to get a beat on this guy.
Yeah.
You've said it a few times. So at this point in time, you can go and give me an insight check.
With a plus 13, 33.
33.
Natural 20.
You get the idea that he does not need a location to do anything.
Yeah.
You could do it right now if you wanted.
Correct. So he's bringing you somewhere. You are correct in your assumption that he's got his eye on you in particular.
I do not want
But he's not maybe 100% sure.
them to think lowly of me then, if you do not mind, my kin. I'll just I'll grab the front of my illusion and pull it out and pop on a slightly cleaner, nicer, more regal outfit, not nearly to the standard of the Inquisitor, but something a little bit more similar. I don't want to be wearing dusty travel leathers once we actually get to the merchant, but
Oh, you were talking glamour.
yes.
He's been he was an apt at casting before this happened. I was a little bit better with field work, so you can see why this was a little bit of an adjustment.
It is something I knew in a previous time.
You do smell of the Fae faintly.
That is from whence I originally learned it.
You must taste very sweet.
maybe at one point, but
I've had
now
That is fair. Please, Agatha's. As he opens up Agatha's apothecary.
okay.
Okay. All right.
The door swings on open, and you see a very large anise hag with a giant hunched back.
Oh,
A massive mortal and pestle.
Okay.
I'll lean over to Kex and maybe loud enough for the Inquisitor to hear. Remember, Cabas asked us not to mention her to any of the covens, so she didn't have to explain who liked her and who didn't.
Correct. Yes.
You see, he kind of and points at you. He goes, Agatha, my darling, I have two fine young men here that would love to speak with you.
Bow.
She turns around, gives a bit of a curtsy. And what can I get ready for you?
Hello. It is very nice to meet you today.
Matt.
We need a large amount of incense for the typical reining in of corpse amalgamations and such.
You need Night Veil.
Magically potent incense, yes.
Well, do you need it for the reining in of spirits or more potent?
Potency,
Potency. Spellcasting.
yes.
Different.
Yes.
As she turns around and starts to, she has one very massive arm and one regular-sized arm. So as the regular one starts flitting through files, you see the massive one cups a giant, like, iron chest that's a few shelves up as she sets it down onto the counter itself. Here we go. And she's looking at what is essentially a manifest. That kind of thing.
Yep.
This has got me so stressed.
She turns back around and goes, all right, how much do you need?
About 1,000 golds worth. Yes.
Yes.
I hope you keep that much in hand.
I may need to go look in the back. For yourselves?
We are just part of the supply chain. Been given a decent amount of gold to be able to secure this. And we are just trying to get it back to where it needs to go.
Do you have any wine of our persuasion?
I think that might be a different stop, brother.
A woman who knows her potions may or may not be able to help us.
I could definitely procure you some, if that is something you're interested in.
I'm a bit peckish and hoped that you might have some on hand, but if not, we'll, I believe, be going to a winery.
Oh, tut-tut. As she walks into the back.
I'm loving this. I just want you to know I'm so in this right now. This is great.
I can make it fresh.
We'll be going to the winery anyway. If you didn't have any on hand, I don't want to cause any extra trouble. Thank you.
You see, as she's saying I can make it fresh, you see a dwarvish man that she pulls out. He's half conscious. No, please. No? Inquisitor Ellen's like, actually, I'll take some.
I haven't had dwarf before.
She, with her giant hand, be just a moment.
Thank you very much.
And after a few minutes, she comes out with a wine bottle and a leather note on it. As you look down at it, it says,
You're gonna give him a name? You sick fuck.
Wine tasting with Kex. You ready to go to a winery? We're gonna get drunk with our enemy.
Sales like
Just for later questions, what CR would you say that Kex is?
2.75, I did the math.
Oh, wow, so 2 levels.
It'll say
I don't know
Elrond.
anything.
say what?
It'll say Elrond on it.
Elrond.
Does that
Okay.
sound familiar?
That's like a
Shouldn't.
Elrond.
Elrond from Lord
Rivendell.
of the Rings.
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
1 bottle of
Elrond.
Elrond wine. I love this. As a fan of Vampire the Masquerade, I thought you'd be into this.
Oh, Vampire the Masquerade, Anne Rice, the Vampire Lestat. Huge fan. Sticks?
You're very uncomfortable with this.
Not so much.
This is definitely gonna be a.
It's gonna be another
We
talking
don't tell Sticks about this one.
Why do you guys keep lying to this man?
Wow, that seems like par for the course with this group, huh?
Maybe if you were nicer.
I don't want to hear that from you.
If I had a conversation that wasn't an argument with Sticks, then maybe I would tell you more.
Maybe if you weren't such a combative character.
He's just as combative with me sometimes.
Oh,
No.
You're immediately arguing about it too. It's like, I'm not the most combative.
I'm not defensive. All right. So as the head cracks and it's like from the skull, I will process the rest of it later, but I know of your persuasions, Lord L. And what was your name?
Lucian.
Lucian. Oh, how quaint.
Festus.
One of
Best.
one of the many one of the very few blessings that I received from.
I'm surprised you didn't ask pulp or no pulp.
I like it frothy.
No.
I like a little bit of film on top.
So, she will fill up Inquisitor L's flask and then present you with a bottle.
Is it corked?
It is.
Okay, I don't want to uncork it yet.
So I was like, you keep
For
that
your
thing away
trap.
from me.
Oh, I'm keeping it.
Of course you are.
I'm not gonna let it go to waste. I mean, come on, like, you know how disrespectful that would be to pour that out.
I rolled a 15 on the dice to not
Break composure.
to not have my face change when that happened.
You just
Internally, just
All right. Well, it'll take me a little bit to put together that incense for you. Okay. I need to go get it from some stores. I don't normally carry that much at one time, but I do have it available. So if you don't mind giving me roughly 20 minutes. In fact, as she will drag the corpse back out on the house.
Oh, thank you. Please, by all means. I point to L, Lord L, Inquisitor L, letting him go first if he wants to.
And he simply picks it up one-handed and just carries it and starts to feast.
sip.
I will wait for my invitation if there's one given, and to support my homie Sail, I will try to drink it all so he doesn't have to.
No, as he picks up the body, I will ask aloud, is there a jeweler in the near neighborhood, Lord L?
Oh, yes. Oh, wrong voice.
Lord.
Fuck.
I was like, whoa, all
Well,
right.
thank you, Lady Agnes.
Yes, there is. What are you looking for?
Gems.
I understand that. Sometimes they're a bit more specialized.
I believe diamonds and sapphires,
Yes.
was it?
You're the adept spellcaster here.
Yeah. Well, you have the shopping list.
You have the shopping list.
We split this up so that we would both feel useful for once.
Yes, brother. Yes, brother.
Oh, fuck. Hey. Goddamn.
Yes, brother.
Um,
This is why I prefer the wine.
Well, I will most assuredly miss your illustrious company, Lord L. I need a break from my brother. Do you have directions to that jewelry shop?
Yes, if you were to just leave here, the T intersection that we walked in, take a left, and go down a little bit. You're looking for Oberon's jewels.
Oberon. Interesting.
Well, I will happily share a glass with my newly found compatriot while we wait for you, brother.
I would not want to sour your experience, dear brother.
It is very much appreciated, brother. Thank you.
Lord Inquisitor L will actually pass you a flask that he just got, just in case you get parched.
Thank you. And as I'm walking out the door, I'll make a show of like starting to uncork it as I go around the corner, and then there's people around here, so I'm looking constantly for somewhere I can.
All right. Well, with that, you go down the road a little bit, and you do see a place, a very large jewelry house named Oberon's Jewels. You poke your head in, you do see that there are a few skeletons working the actual desk itself, as well as one man in a hooded robe in the back.
Okay.
He seems to have his feet kicked up a little bit, one foot over the other, and is going over a book.
As I walk in, I will simply just call out a quiet but caring hello.
Hello. What can we do for you?
I've been sent to gather supplies by my mistress. I need a few thousand in diamonds and sapphires.
Do we have an account on hand?
I do not believe so.
Whom is your mistress? And they are standing up, pushing the hood back. You see a taller Shatterkai woman with tattoos racing across her head.
Hey, what? I apologize. I was told to not invoke her name unduly whilst I was on my business. Kebis.
One of the 13. Wow. Give me a brief moment.
I have brought the requisite funding.
No credit then. That's fine. What exactly do you need? If you give me a list, I will have it put together for you.
2 diamonds.
I need, I believe, 3 diamonds of considerable size. Whatever dusting you might have of said gemstone as well, and the sapphires that she has requested as well will be going on the credit.
Okay. Understood. What arcane grade for the diamonds?
Do I have concept of arcane grade?
Yeah, basically it's... She's asking you what the use case is, so she can get you the correct things.
500 apiece for the diamonds.
Understood. It'll be a few moments, but we will get this squared away for you. All right. So, on your sheet.
Yep.
Really quick. Actually, firstly, do you go ahead and make me a deception check at advantage?
I think that's a 21.
Cool. Peace.
21.
Yep.
You say on the sapphires on the matron's credit, and she doesn't even blink at this. She's understood. She will walk through, and after a few moments, she does get you your diamonds. She requests payment for those, but she also gets you sapphires. How much were you trying to get? Probably should ask you that before you.
Probably about the same.
I'd probably say an equivalent amount.
So 1,000.
1,500.
1,500. So you said 3 diamonds. So
3 diamonds, an equivalent amount of sapphires, and then a diamond dust.
All right, so all the diamond stuff is going to be out of your pocket, but the sapphires, cool. Yeah, she'll get you 1,500 gold worth of sapphires,
Okay.
and she will write you out a writ for the credit, and you see that she has a copy of that on her side. You have roughly about 30 days to come back and pay this in one way or another. Go and get that to your matron. We will keep a copy on our side.
Thank you. And how much diamond dust do I get? I asked for basically what they had on hand in diamond dust.
Well, we generally make it to order. We don't normally just hold on to it.
Could I get an additional 500 then?
Of course. And after about 20 minutes, because it takes quite some time to ground down diamonds.
Perfect.
Yeah. You do get, so you spend two grand worth of gold, and then you get the 1,500 worth of sapphires for free.
All right. So I spent 2 grand.
Okay, got it.
In the meantime, the Inquisitor L is having a nice bit of wine with you. You see he has actually taken a wine bottle that has not been cut and just wrings out portions into the glass.
Yeah. I'm just sitting there having a glass with him.
I know that you're not supposed to disclose too much about your missions, but I am very curious. Tranricure. Whatever are you doing there?
Ah, man. Unfortunately, the matron, the 13, has a very good way of finding out if we divulged information or not. But I can say that I don't think we'll intrude on that too much. And Sam is just forgetting what Tranricure was. Refresh me really quick.
That's the water pillar.
Okay.
So Niv Mizette's at the fire pillar. Yep. We can assume they want to do something similar.
We just know the name of the water pillar, not the fire.
There are certain wards and protections around that area that have caused the matron a little bit of grief and extra work. So we are trying to figure out a good way to penetrate said barriers, said wards, and make them inert.
I do understand that there was a small time there where we had reports of tieflings living on the island. There was even Third Age, a bit of an interference with greed, as far as I understand. So it makes a bit of sense that they'd have a little bit more warding on that side, though I am surprised. Which side of the veil? Material or better?
Unfortunately, material.
I'm sorry.
I know. This is a rather pleasant place. I feel this is the first time in a while I've felt very at home, and that is a genuine statement from Kex.
Yeah, go and give me a persuasion check. Persuasion.
Persuasion, yeah?
No, I don't want to go into the city where everybody has wine that has all the blood that I like. Everybody's so nice to me. I'm day drinking while I'm shopping.
That actually sounds like a fucking life.
This is an experience for Kex, because this is weirdly enough
here.
Wow, he dropped his
weirdly enough, even though he's putting up a guise, this is the most welcome he's felt out in public in a really long time, and he's kind of having a very crisis inside of him right now of I'm kind of afraid of how much I like this.
You come back to the ship. Six has a gun somehow.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
It's the kid crying.
It can be made better, but
no need.
Okay.
I've not been rolling absolute shit back here, but anytime I need to hit those 20s pluses, it's always just been 15.
Yeah.
And then every time you said something, it's roll a 2.
Yep.
The dice are in your favor in both directions somehow.
I don't have a lot of pluses of the persuasion, so okay. But sorry, where were we at with the conversation?
You were explaining that you feel at home.
Yes. No. It is a very refreshing experience, if I must say so.
Have you? No. If this is your first time here, never. Oh. the father's domain.
See, that was going to be my next question. You seem to be somebody who has at least been in his presence.
His presence, no. His domain, yes.
Oh, what is it like?
The things that you love most here. The access to fine wine, and he kicks the body over. The atmosphere, it is everywhere. There's no accursed sands for you to be constantly slogging through. There's no spirits that provide you nothing.
It's a fair place to let your mind open.
Let it go free. It's a place of hunting. Always hunting.
Always hunting. How long have you spent there?
I've only been able to visit a few times, unfortunately.
What was your greatest hunt?
I have to kill him.
In that domain.
The father allows small pockets to exist. Hunting sometimes physically is not nearly as alluring as supplanting and becoming a leader. You then get to propagate your own brood. Like I said, the farm. You get to make a farm, and
Really?
you get to feed them exactly what you like.
That is so interesting. I'm learning so much.
And some of these folk are so short-lived that you can see real changes in merely 60 years.
Wow.
If you let them live that long. I normally let them propagate then.
What's the longest you have let go to really get that flavor in there? What was the most exquisite?
The aging process. Person managed to wrangle an Asimar.
An Asimar. That must... What is the flavor like of that?
Oh, it is... How do I put it?
Heavenly.
Divine.
That is... How does one gain enough favor to be allowed into such a place?
Well, you must work your way up. The father never truly left the Demir. He merely had his heir running it in his stead for quite some time.
Yeah.
Pick yourself out by your little vampire bootstraps.
Have you met...
Stop eating avocado toast.
Father, I've heard so many wonderful things about. I can only imagine that somebody who he would entrust so much to would be of equal caliber.
Very nearly. She is terrifying.
Terrifying.
In the best way.
Oh, okay.
She hunts with grace. She manipulates like a spider. She has a silver tongue like a devil.
Has a flourish and a style to it almost.
A panache.
So practiced and so refined over so many years. So many lifetimes.
There she is. Darker hair, very pale. Has similar tattoos to a Shadar Kai.
Similar to Shadar Kai, but is she of them?
I don't know.
She's that mysterious. Have you ever been in her presence before?
Very briefly. A short while ago, there was like I said, there was a bit of a kerfuffle in the material plane.
A kerfuffle? Or, what went amiss?
When was the last time you were in Guild's Row?
I've actually never had the... How does it differ from here? I'm trying to put the right verbiage to it. If it would be a pleasure or a...
Oh, it is very much...
No.
It pales in comparison to here.
I have seen sketches of it. I have read a couple passages describing it. It seems very clustered and such an odd amalgamation of so many different things, and it's too diverse. But sometimes that can be good.
It comes for good food.
I hate this. I
don't wish.
This is all awful. God damn it.
I don't wish to probe too much, but I offered what little information I could for you.
I can't stand
I'm plain curious.
Proletariat. Unwashed.
He'll look at you and kind of lean in. We've been doing very good work in the Father's name.
As I've heard.
It has been our attempt to unleash him of his undue cage. Unfortunately, that requires a key.
A key.
Correct.
It sounds like he's powerful enough to manipulate his own domain. How could he be caged?
Well, even the fucking bitch under his foot.
The raven bitch, yes.
She still, unfortunately, holds domain here in some sense, so he cannot push past those binds. While he may be great, he is no god.
Not yet. Perhaps.
Why would you want to be caged to something so boring? Stuck in one way forever. There's no change.
Can't evolve if you're a god, right?
Not that I've seen, at the very least.
They are very stuck in their ways, are they?
We were out looking for a bit of a key, and while we have some of the pieces, we are still trying to put it together, but any day now.
Do you have all the pieces?
As far as we can tell, it's a matter of assembling.
Tricky, as it is.
Yes.
I'm imagining whatever is keeping him bound is some ancient magic, some divine bonds that aren't so easily broken.
Yes. Even the Raven Queen could not quell him, and neither could Kelimvor or any of the other death gods, for that matter.
Not. It is the Father.
So they had to bubble him away into his own little space.
He can be locked up, but he can never truly be defeated, as we are proof of that today.
He will cling glasses with you. It's at this point in time.
I'll stumble in. Are you speaking of my greatness, my kid?
Yes, brother. I'm absolutely speaking of your greatness.
There's like
all we talked
that much
about.
left in the class.
That's all we actually talked about while you were gone was how great that you are, brother. How great you are.
I feel almost rosy.
That I find that quite impossible, but if you were ever able to experience that, I might be a little concerned.
Did you get what you needed?
Yes.
Delightful. And well, after a few moments, I think Agatha should be here to help you. Is there anything else that I can assist you with in your short time here?
And all the uplifting joy that you have brought to our day is, I think, all that we could ask of you at this point. The drink,
Oh, the drink has been fantastic.
the help, the conversation, the break from each other.
I've had a wonderful time. I don't know about you, brother.
It was a lovely walk.
This place is fantastic.
We're just straight up gassing this guy up, and you've hit exactly the right narcissistic button on him.
Oh, yeah.
He just seems to be glowing.
We know
This is his ego right now.
because we figured out who this guy. I'm like, I know this guy thinks he's cock of the fucking walk, so we are gonna play that up.
And then right behind Sail, Sticks walks in. Ah! Remember me, bitch?
You're gonna see as he, big fanged smile as he checks his pocket watch and goes, all right, well, it has been a pleasure speaking with you.
It has
of course.
been- I have learned much more about myself than I have in a much longer time.
Oh,
When you are done with your assignment, maybe come to see me again.
Where
there
can I
any-
find you?
calling card, perhaps?
Yes.
He
Oh, that's
Gives you-
oddly familiar. Ew.
What is it?
Jeb.
I'll look at it.
it says Inquisitor L on it.
Is it like L, like Death Note, or
ELL or EL?
Just L.
Okay. Oh,
The
L.
letter L.
L.
The letter L.
It is
It
Death
doesn't
Note.
have any. It just has Inquisitor L on it, or
I didn't get.
Oh,
I
I'm sorry.
wasn't able to finish. You
Sorry, I was memeing.
guys keep stepping
I'm
on me.
having a very good time.
Allow him to exposit.
It'll say Inquisitor L on there. Keeper of the Underward.
Add,
Actually, sorry, it'd say the Warren's Ward.
Keeper of the Warrens.
Mm-hmm.
The Warrens Ward. Okay.
I very often find myself staying at the Slake House while I'm here.
all right. And would you like to leave a note to remind us we may perhaps owe you a bottle of fine wine
Yes.
when we see you again?
You have a taste that you. I know Asimar is very hard to come by, but if there is something that maybe someone as lowly as me, unfortunately for now, could acquire for you, you have a relative idea of where we're going to be.
If you're going to Tranrakir, maybe grab me an Eladrin variety.
Eladrin. Oh, now that must be an exquisite flavor.
And-
I will make sure I brew 2 bottles for us to share.
Something I may be able to assist in for once.
He does have quite the knack for, or I say did, since we no longer require, the finer tastes in life.
That is delightful. And things can still be used of that variety. You just need to tweak them. Well, I have some things I need to go see into. You all have a wonderful have a night.
One moment, dude. Is there a pen about? And I will, in view of him, write 1 Eladrin on the card. Because I was like, I'm going to show this card to him one day when I'm Sail. You remember me, motherfucker?
Oh my god.
I'm here for Elrond. He's like, who's that?
All right. With that, you guys have gotten your Agatha would come up a few moments later as he's saying his adieus. He goes, "Oh, I'm so sorry, my lady. I must be leaving now, but I will keep you in these fine folks' gracious company." As he's backing out of the door.
Thank you very much for your time and your guidance.
A nice bow to him.
I hope that your next escapade is met with less trouble and more fun.
That is the goal. As the door closes. Agatha, well, I have your things for you here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
As she picks up 2 of the iron chests with one hand. There's your incense. Is there anything else I can do for you?
I think that is going to be all for us, my lady.
Do you mind if I unpackage these?
You wish to check my grade?
No, we have a weight limit, as I...
We are not quite as hardy as our compatriot we were with yet.
Take your time, but I do require that gold.
Yes.
Well, he counts it out.
I will hand it over while he is.
Crack open the chest, open up McGuire, and just... Yeah.
Thank you very much.
The sound bounce from.
That dwarf was exquisite.
It is sometimes difficult to find the material variety.
I wouldn't expect him to be so refined. I expected the flavor to be a little more robust.
I much prefer them for the earthy tones.
Fair enough. I have much to learn from my palate. Thank you.
You can sometimes even brew them into a nice scotch.
Really?
I rolled really high to keep a straight face. Sales just like, stop.
I think I'm gonna mark off some like health for psychic damage at this point.
Hey, you haven't heard anything.
I feel like Styx's head is pounding
All right.
at this.
Thank you very much. It has been a pleasant transaction, and I hope that the rest of your dealings go quite as well.
Thank you. Well, Have a good Everdark.
You as well. Come on, brother.
Of course, brother.
How much time has passed?
It's been quite a bit.
Has it been 3 hours?
Just about. And I was actually about to change scenes.
Okay, so we fade from black.
Good
What are you
job.
talking about your mom?
You've been talking about your mom for 3 hours.
This is mom. Okay. Yeah, so I was basically just asking to hear stories.
Okay. Like, what kind of stories do you want to hear?
Well, no, just about your mom, your travels to the Shadowfell that you remember, and or the Feywild.
Well, we didn't start out in the Feywild. When I was really little, we used to just kind of wander around, and we were just traveling. My mom and my dad were pretty like musical, you know. I feel like you kind of become a jack of all trades if you don't really have a place to be as a home base. It feels like you kind of just pick up stuff as you need to. So that's why we were very like crafty in both like the literal sense and then also like the magical sense. We also had like specialties. So for me, I always worked making like gloves for the hands, and my mom would work on boots.
Boots, you say?
Yeah, magical boots.
This seems quite poetic.
What do you mean?
You have the gloves. She has the boots.
Well, yeah, you see,
Did
like
your dad make like chest plate?
yeah, exactly. So in my siblings, they would also do that. So we would basically fully outfit somebody who had the coin for it.
I've heard long tales of these. What are they? Power Rangers.
Power Rangers?
Each one has a separate part that they, you know.
I refer to them as specialties, but
Well, it's a folk tale, maybe, but something I read about as a kid.
yeah,
folk-
so-
Always looked up to
The
them.
Mechazorg.
yeah.
And then there was the Gundams.
Tale of Dino Thunder.
But so each of you had like, I mean, you seem pretty well versed in a lot of different things. I mean, the gloves just kind of seem like the
Well, I
trademark,
was always
the patent.
hungry to learn more. So as we encountered people, I would ask them to show me bits and pieces, and I slowly collected different kits and things. Yeah, it was just always so much fun to like wander around and have conversations with folks and have them teach me things. Then after a while, it felt like I was starting to teach other people. That was rewarding in a different way.
Seems like you took the opposite route that I did.
What do you mean?
Well, you went out and sought the knowledge. I hold myself in and found the knowledge myself, or written a lot, and you know,
Yeah.
prayer, that kind of thing.
I think people have a tendency to teach you the things that they find most important. You can learn a lot about people from the things that they try to teach you. Like you, for example.
Okay. We're in battle. Sorry.
You, for example, like what are you always trying to teach about?
Life, death, scales.
Balances.
Banana.
So,
Life, death, banana. Seeing people at their arguably most vulnerable, you know, being a corpse and all.
yeah.
You learn a lot about the things that you can do while you're living, and I feel like that's important. So
I think you have a unique insight into life because of how much you are around death.
you don't have to sugarcoat it. It's quite morbid.
Well, yeah, but I mean, some people can't even tolerate like the idea of dying and try to run from it. It doesn't seem like you have that same problem. It seems like you kind of just are able to do what you need to do. It's kind of admirable, at least from where I sit.
Call it desensitization, if you may. I feel like everybody's first is never going to be easy, and the more you're around it, the less you attach it to your gut reactions and your emotions. At a certain point, things kind of just become a job or something that you care about enough to continue.
Well, yeah, but I think being able to continue on even when like the stakes are that high and like I think it's rare to find somebody who can face that every day and still be able to, you know, go out into the world and try to do better instead of just becoming jaded. I know that you get a lot of flack
Six
for that.
actually chuckles at the end part.
I know that you get a lot of flack for that, but like I don't even know what it would be like to tend to the dead for I don't even know how many years you did it.
Well, it helps that they don't really have an opinion on it.
That's one way to put it.
Customer service has never been my forte, which is why it's easier when I couldn't do what my mother does. Dealing with people coming in and out and asking for this and that. If somebody comes in for me, I kind of get to make all the decisions for them. Well,
Yeah.
minus their family
But-
and their kin.
I think there's something to be said for that though, because I've never seen you try to like desecrate a corpse or do something that they wouldn't have wanted to do themselves. And I know that it seems like you're mostly here reluctantly in some ways, but
Maybe at first.
I think that you're going to be like honestly a good leader if you ever like decided to do that or to pick that up, because the people who want to do it are usually the worst.
My feathers ruffle for a second and then just say, yeah, the idea of that makes me very uncomfortable. I'd rather just kind of be doing my own thing without constant eyes on me.
Yeah.
Being told by a god and a descendant of a god who is a god themselves that I need to do something is a call that you don't ignore. And I was not happy about it first. However, it has gotten much easier as time has gone on, and I've gotten to know everybody and gotten to participate in ways that only I can. So, I mean, I don't think I'm admirable in any sense other than the fact that, you know, I can keep you all around longer.
Don't tell the others I said this, but I think that you're kind of the moral compass of the group. I think we would have that dragon heart or whatever the hell it is. I think that would have been sold long ago if you weren't here.
My only opposition to it right now is the fact that, granted, it is inherent in undeath and creating this Draco Lich, but the reason why I'm holding on to it so dearly right now is because we are trying to save the person that it was trying to be used on. I know not of Niv Mizzet other than being a resident of Guild's Row for so long and being paraded around by his children as I go and look over at Fizzlefang and Star Smasher and Zip.
Fizzlefang, Star Smasher, Kip.
Kip
And,
Brannigan, yes.
What was the other one's name? Sorry. There's a fourth one on the senior crew. It's something like Fetterfoot or something like that.
Okay. So the fact that we are in the same plane as him, where he was dragged unwillingly and is now being tortured, and this is thrown around to people that have intentions that we do not know and will most likely never know, is very worrying, which is why I think that we hold on to it until we have a clear idea of what it can do. And I believe the information you're seeking is very valuable to you, but I also think that this could cause repercussions that we do not know. And I think that we can get the information that you're looking for and find your mother without.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about how consistently you've gone to bat for not giving it to people who are questionable when it was helpful at the time.
To be
maybe
fair.
short-sighted.
To be fair, everybody who has wanted it has been questionable that is like the nicest way to put it. Jeb? Jeb, the man who has a $300 trillion debt on a imp? That's next goal. We will free him eventually.
He worked hard to get.
Oh, is it like 500 trillion now?
He worked hard.
Do you have a counter?
Interest rate that high. All right.
I can't count that high.
Neither can he.
He earned his fate.
Imp or Jeb?
The imp.
Next divine intervention.
That stupid.
He worked hard on that interest rate.
Yep.
You go to the car dealership, 100% APR, take it or leave it.
Jeb literally said he tried to talk him down.
Yeah, but just like, don't just say no here. I'm mad at this poor imp being taken advantage of, and then God knows what he would have done with this. Who knows?
So-
He could have came here and made a deal with
What
the Cabbases.
What do you think you would have done differently if the others had listened to you over the years? I don't know how long you've been here, actually.
Years, months.
I feel like I've been heard enough. I don't think that they haven't listened, although I do think they have the wrong idea of my faith and my convictions, but those are mine and mine alone.
Well, I was going to ask what they were, but if they're something you keep that close to chest, then I'll respect that.
Trying to figure out a way. Okay, so I'm going to reach into me bag. Do I have any teeth left? I feel like I had a couple. No. Okay, you're going to see where this is going.
Unfortunately.
I do remember that you were given teeth. Kindrar gave you teeth. Okay. Sorry.
You also have them
Questions
on your
like
shield.
that.
No, I never got him on my shield. He took those.
Out of nowhere.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
How many teeth do I have? You're a bird.
0.
Have you ever seen the inside of a goose?
I'm not tracking your inventory.
Okay. Well, I want to pull out one tooth, and I just want to evoke the tiniest bit of necromantic magic. Just to show what Styx can do, but he has not.
Okay.
I'm not trying. So, I want to kind of just,
Why did you show me that?
animate dead to the point where the tooth, stands up or floats in my hand or something. And you could feel, Styx's magic, but devoid of the light. Completely devoid of the light that is typically that golden shine within the shadows.
Sure.
Without upsetting Father. Just as, an example of, this is what I can do. This is what I have always been able to do, but this is what I do not do.
You do exactly that. You take a incisor out from your hand, and as you start to channel a little bit of energy into it, you see the initial golden glow that normally comes around Styx quickly peters out into the dark swirl of his more offensive spells. As it wraps around the tooth itself, it becomes jagged. It starts to stand up. In his hand, it's floating about probably a quarter of an inch above his palm, and then falls down into his palm. You're not going to take any damage for this, but there is a moment where the magic rebounds just a small bit here in the Shadowfell, where it is more potent than you intended to be.
Oh, well, that wasn't
Uh-huh.
pleasant.
As it stabs into your palm, and you see that it starts to wriggle and move on its own.
I will take 1 point of damage.
You don't even need to take 8 points of damage.
Jeremy
like a
wants
prick.
to.
I'm taking a point of damage. Psychic or physical, whatever. So this is what I think conviction is powers given that sometimes you just need to realize don't need to be used, as they have been granted to me by Kelmvor, but in my eyes are not of his true intent.
So why do you hold back that power if it's something that comes from him?
Well,
Like I'm just curious because I've heard you talk a lot about balances and scaling things, and it seems like that would be the opposite side of the coin.
would it be easier to run a graveyard with a bunch of skeletons running around and digging holes and building mausoleums? Yes. Would the souls of the deceased feel like this is right as their shambles walk around and do menial tasks for the living?
I don't know. I've never really
I don't think so. I don't
controlled
think
a soul.
some people think that when we die, you just fade to black and you don't get much of a say. But I think that we've seen here, as we've met Gary, that feelings can linger and you retain your true self, and sometimes they can amplify. And I feel like doing right by those who have passed, whether valiantly or in the most natural and boring sense, is important. And I feel like that is partially what keeps our planes intact. If everybody could use necromantic magic and do with corpses and souls as they wished, then what need would there be for this place?
I'm not sure.
And that is a question I don't want to find out. But Kex is an interesting use case, which he seems to struggle with sometimes.
Seems like you struggle with it more than he does.
Not so much anymore, although he does ruffle my feathers quite a bit. In the literal sense of the word, he seems to want to be what he is not, which I don't think I can help with. His soul seems to be intact and very true to whatever he thinks his past life might be. I feel like everybody here is a very interesting case. You being on many planes, as many as I can think of. Sail teetering between the Fae and the material plane, and having whatever his relationship is with his god. It seems to be a touchy subject. I don't like bringing it up very much. I think the last time he was very angry.
I mean, he's been pretty open with me, and I mean, when Kex isn't busy talking about how he's going to set everything right all the time, he seems like he's got a pretty decent like head on his shoulders. I just don't know how it always goes the opposite of whatever he plans.
I think that Kix's moral compass is as strong, if not stronger, than mine most times. For different reasons. As a government official,
The height of morality.
going down the list of crimes.
Moral paragon.
I feel like everybody's moral compass is different, but all of us are very much leaning towards our own, and our own bisect in more ways than we think. We give you a lot of crap for the things that you did that may or may not have got us here. But I think that all of us would have maybe not done the exact same thing, but tried to get similar information. So,
Yeah. It feels like I don't know. There's so much that I don't understand, and I want to learn how it all works. And I want to like do things to help people. But the second that I try to actually act with the information that I do have, it seems like there's like all these barriers that pop up that I don't understand. And then like after the fact, I'll hear about how I should have done something differently. And like I should have considered like all the different things.
that's the
But
thing about
they
hindsight.
weren't there. Nobody was there inside of Eldaconan's room besides Narsh. And they didn't see the schematics for a torture prison. They didn't see all the evidence that there was countless lives just burned away, and how they were planning to use magic beings. I think I was really angry.
I think all of us were angry, especially knowing what transpired. I think the reason there was a disagreement was that we're a group, and it wasn't a decision that we could make together.
Yeah.
Which we were not there. I was very, very intent on not being a part of that and making sure that I could keep eye on Daniel. I think that sometimes decisions that you make alone are ones that you just need to stick by, which I think that you have done.
Well, I've tried, and I don't know. I think we need to find some way to like vote on stuff as a group. Like even just talking about getting the incense. Like, did you hear how much they complained about going and like doing something for the group?
To be fair, I understand. Going away from us into a place that is unknown and we have no idea what will
Yeah,
happen.
but we also like helped the shit out of them on the way out. Like, I let them borrow McGuire. And, like, it's not like they're alone. And they have things that they can do that we can't. And we have stuff that we can do that they can't. I feel like we just need, like, a direction, like a banner or something. Maybe I should make a banner. No, I have other things I need to make.
Yeah, you seem to have your time split quite a bit.
Oh
on
my gosh.
projects.
Everybody asked me for something too. Like, I have a whole shield, and then, yeah, at least I know what it should look like now. That was a win. That was a big win, actually.
What?
Yeah, like, we just argued about artistic direction, and I just wanted to have, like, a little bit of, like, room to work with it, you know?
This is why I work alone typically.
Oh,
Can you
yeah.
imagine working in a graveyard and trying to get artistic direction from somebody else?
I mean, isn't that what your god kind of does for you?
No.
Did you pick the gold colors and all that, or?
Well, in Hollow's Gate, there's not too much gold. That's kind of the Raven Queen's thing. But
So, are you with the Raven Queen or with Kelmvor? Like, are you
Helmvor.
okay? But why?
Raven Queen is the daughter. She reached out to me and was like, "Save me! I need help." It's been so long, I don't actually remember what the dream was that brought me there.
Kellenvor was like, get your ass.
I am pretty sure it was the Raven Queen. I think it was a dream.
not.
It
Was
was
it not?
only one of us has ever interfaced with the Raven Queen. I talked to a Blood Raven.
And I did it
That's
with
the
two different
closest.
characters.
Did I? I
Just
thought
happen to be there at the right times.
I thought there was a reason. There was like something that pulled me.
Yeah, Kellenvor gave you, sorry, there were ravens in your dream, but they represented Bobo, not the Raven Queen.
Yes. Chains, ravens. Okay. Funny enough, I feel like right now Styx would be remembering that as, yeah, the Raven Queen. She had like chains and like I had to go help her. That's me recollecting.
As you are discussing this, it has been a bit of time.
About 3 hours.
We're at about 3 hours. That Stormfront has also continued to move in this entire time. It is, when I say Stormfront, I mean it is a wall of sand and wind and thunder making its way towards you. There's not much time before it crashes down onto Guild's Row or Shadow's Row itself.
I feel like there was probably a thunder crack or a lightning bolt that
I've played a few.
I noticed that when we were talking. Is that like a manual thing?
I've been doing that on purpose.
I've noticed it was like the back of my mind, but I feel like there was a thunder crack that was a little bit closer that I kind of like snapped, and I'm like, does it seem much closer from the last time we paid attention to it?
Very much so.
We should check in with them.
We should probably check in with them, but before we do that, can we just take a second here and just kind of like hear that like nice peace and quiet, and if we could just agree on one thing right now. Sometimes it's nice to work alone,
Yes.
and that's the first time we've had an agreement so quickly.
Well, we also wanted to kill the librarian.
That too.
Mm. We'll get to him. Status report. Kex. Storm cloud rolling in. T minus Fortnite cloud. Sorry, I had to break character for a second. It was getting really heavy and serious. Storm clouds rolling in. Are you guys alive? Question mark.
Exit.
Have we landed, or are we really close to the meeting spot at this point? We would have been for a while. It's only
Yeah, it's just the north side of the city. That was all.
cool.
So you've just been, I'm assuming, doing circles.
Yep.
Trying to stay moving, trying not to be too conspicuous while you're kind of
Sure.
further up in the sky.
I don't know how it would work about landing it, but yeah, probably.
I have to get us. Or now he can fly us up.
So I sent out the message checking in on you guys. Are you guys alive?
I received the message just fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Everything is acquired. We are on our way out. We will get back to you guys as quickly as we can.
Okay. You know, we talked a lot about getting there and doing this. We never really talked about pickup.
I tried to.
Whoopsie.
I tried to talk the plan out a bunch, but
What do you think I'm here for?
Okay. Is there anything you want to do before we pick them up?
You know what? I feel like they're on their way back. Seems to have went well. Why don't we ask about your mom?
I mean, I'd love to do that. Do you think you could put in a good word for me and my afterlife while we're doing that?
I'm gonna rub my brown. I'm gonna be like, I'm pretty sure you guys are all living longer than me. So
me and him definitely.
I think that everybody here.
I'm gonna die in the last session.
I feel like the broken wings have all.
Scripted, shut up.
There you have it. This whole thing is a lie. No decisions were made. We're just going towards that last episode. The broken wings have made an impact enough to where, regardless of the flow of souls, I feel like everyone here will make it to where they want to go or feel like they need to go. But yes.
Cool. Well,
I don't know if you really want to deal with Kellenborg.
I was gonna ask, what kind of do you like jewelry?
I mean, I pull out my holy symbol that is probably, compared to other jewelry, the ugliest thing anybody has ever seen. It's nice, but it's also very morbid. It's like, oh.
It's very morbid. It's gothic though, so like it has a artistic quality to it, and it's very well made. It's just an eclectic taste. So if you're into that thing, it's gorgeous.
If you're into bones, death, and some gold, then yes.
Yeah, if you've liked most of the setting here in the Shadowfell, then you would like this quite a bit.
Okay. It wouldn't take me very long with my jeweler's kit to make you some kind of band with replaceable sockets for the gems and diamonds that you have, so you could literally always have them on hand.
I'm gonna like detach my pouch, and I'm gonna like,
I meant on your wrist.
Maybe. You can think up something. I feel like my garb is enough for you to know my taste. So, why not? If it doesn't cut into your Soul Forge gauntlet, what else? I can't even remember all the projects you have right now.
Well, this one's not going to be magical in any way. It's just going to be like something that you can pull off and, have be there. But I'd like for you to have something to remember me by.
I'm gonna pull off the platinum ring and hand it to Alyssa. It's just a boring, flat platinum ring, wide band, kind of like this. Whatever you can do with that.
I can work with this.
That's what keeps me. That's me and Kex's BFF ring, by the way.
Do I feel Kex?
Through it. You didn't do Warding Bond, did you? You did Death Ward instead, correct?
Yes, correct. I didn't do Warding Bond.
Then no, you do not.
Okay.
I mean, I think Warding Bond would have dropped after 100 feet.
You already pinged us.
Yeah.
We're on our way out.
All right. As you guys are going up, get your hand up.
Yeah.
What's up?
in my head, as soon as we are no longer near people that
Yeah,
are,
I'm checking on you. Like, are you okay? Like, you all right?
we are not going to discuss the dwarf
No.
until after we kill the Inquisitor.
That's fine.
Okay.
Sayel, I was not happy about anything in there.
Yeah.
I got put face to face with the guy who nearly killed my mother, was responsible for destroying my home,
He's taking the whole box. God damn it.
and potentially almost killing me, you, several other people.
You didn't seem like you hated the wine.
You want me to lie to you and say that I did?
No. No, I do not.
No, it's blood, and it was well put into this wine. I'm a vampire, Sayil. I'm going to enjoy the taste of it. I'm sorry.
I understand that. I just...
Would you like me to have undersold anything less?
No.
We got out of there okay.
You didn't do anything wrong. I just felt a little put off by how I've been around you for a while and you seemed a little comfortable. And I'm sorry if ours is not a place where you can feel as comfortable.
You don't want me to lie to you, but I don't think you want to know the truth about this. So maybe a conversation for another time.
All right. I'm going to turn into a bat.
Let's do a little bit closer to the exit.
All right. Let's...
Vampires do that normally.
Have you seen one do it in this campaign yet, Jeremy?
I think so.
Missed.
How can I forget?
You go ahead and keep the mind link and just try to get us back to the ship quick.
Yep. Well, it won't reconnect when I get in range. That's how it works.
I meant with me.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, we'll try to get to the outskirts, probably past the gate, and then just
Yeah, I'm gonna haul ass as a giant bat.
take off and fly back.
They are large and have a strength of 15. If you're concerned about
I knew this about giant bats.
that. Okay.
I was not worried about it.
kind of a
As soon
giant
as you said giant bat, you initially just said bat.
But-
So I was just like, oh, bat? Or bat?
But like, I'm genuinely asking how you're doing, because like you had to drink some blood and pretend that you were like me. And I know that that was very uncomfortable for you.
You see a little vomit come out the side of his mouth.
Kex is so impressed that Sayil didn't break once. Like no, Sayil's a good actor, good at persuading, good at lying. It's all good, but like that was a lot. That was a lot, and I'm very impressed that you did not break once.
Unless you are rolling, I was fine.
I'm gonna roll.
I don't think you're insane.
That's a natural one.
Okay.
You see Kex go for a second.
Yep.
Oh, man.
I hope to never have to return here unless it is with a large amount of firepower.
Well, we got what we needed and then some. I learned a lot from him.
I'm going to come in with a steel
A lot of
chair.
information, Sayil.
Okay. I also have good news to share with the group once we are back, but that can wait.
Well, I have bad news, but
As you are flying up to the ship, you see that storm is incoming and incoming fast. As you are just about to make it to the ship, you're probably about 60 feet out from it in total. The storm, like I said, is incoming, has been incoming, and the ship is not faster than it. You're going to weather some of the storm one way or another.
okay.
And with that, I think that's where we will pick up next time.
I wanted to do more talking.
Same.
Gotta save it. Gotta save it. I think this is actually a perfect cliffhanger to leave it on.
We get struck by lightning, the ship burns down, and we all die. The end.
Guys, I
Fizzle
stole
thing.
1,500 from Canvas. This is the funniest shit I've ever.
You could have stole 3,000 coming from
We
Cabot.
didn't know.
I was afraid there was.
I heard it won't be on credit. I was like, no.
We got out of that unscathed.
Can you imagine Cabot getting the fucking
That
collection
went
letter?
so much better than it had.
She's
any
going
business.
to, and she's going to be pissed.
Daniel's immediate thought was, I don't know the credit limit.
Yep.
I don't know the credit. Okay, I will offer to pay for a greater amount than I take on credit,
Yeah.
so they won't get suspicious.
But why would Cabot tell us the credit limit?
That went way better than it had.
I don't even know how
than
much
it had
more.
any business going, especially because of who we bumped into.
Fizzlefang, do you see that giant bat? That looks like an enemy.
Kill it.
Kill it.
Finally!
Oh, you're gonna talk about how pleasant. You're gonna talk about how pleasant it is without us around, and how resistant we were to helping you, and then you're gonna gat us. All right.
All right. Well, with that, thank you for watching. If you're watching this on the YouTubes, then you should know that we're doing Spooktober, and we've already done a little bit of Spooktober. So on every Friday of October, we're doing a horror-themed one-shot. The next one up should be The Wailing Woman, which is based off La Llorona. We're going to be doing Candela Obscura, but I think this will probably release on Thursday, which might make it a little tight for you to start playing on Friday. But we will also be doing the 18th and the 25th for other games, one of them being The Deceiver of Station 7, where we are playing Mothership, and it's basically Amogus. So it's Among Us with Mothership rules, meaning that even if you are the bad guy and you try to attack somebody, you might accidentally kill yourself. We've had that happen.
I solo gatted myself immediately.
Is venting an action or a bonus action?
Venting is an action.
I headshot
That's
myself
bullshit.
immediately and died.
Can I be sus as a free action?
Yes, you can.